Welcome to the Get Started with Adobe XD course. My name is Rob Lowe and I'm a certified UX designer and Adobe creative educator. And I have more than a decade of visual design, UI and UX design experience. I've worked for large corporates and micro startups. So if you're a complete beginner to Adobe XD and considering a career in UX and UI design and would like to add Adobe XD as a skill set, this course is for you. We will cover Adobe XD, including the latest features released in version 45, such as video playback. We will design an app prototype and we will share it for review with stakeholders, as well as share for user testing and for development. And then we will design a responsive web page and cover responsive web design essentials and UX and UI fundamentals. So with this course, you'll gain the knowledge and resources to confidently get started with XD. So I recommend you download the ebook and exercise files to get started. And by the end, you should gain a basic understanding of UX and UI design. And if I'm speaking too slowly, simply use the playback setting to speed me up. So what is Adobe XD? Adobe XD is a UX design tool. This allows you to design websites or apps, prototype them, and share them for review. There is a free and paid version, with the free version having limits on sharing and collaborating. So for a brief history, around 2010, there were competing UI and UX design tools in the design tool space. One of those apps being Sketch. And October 2015 at Adobe Max, Project Comet was announced. And the following year, March 2016, a public beta of Adobe Experience Design for Mac OS was released. And later that year, it was released for Windows 10. And October 2017, Adobe XD was officially out of beta. And in this course, we will be covering version 45. This was announced at Adobe Max October 2021, and it has new features such as video playback and Lottie animation. So to use Adobe XD, you can download the Mac OS or Windows app, and this allows you to design and preview on desktop. And there's also the companion app for iOS and Android, which allows you to preview mobile prototypes. So the starter plan, which is free for personal use, allows you to have one active shared link and only one active shared document with up to 2 co-editors. And you can access linked libraries, but you're not able to publish them. Whereas if you're going to use Adobe XD professionally, the paid plan has unlimited share links, documents, and libraries. The full Adobe font library is available, and you have 100 gigabytes of storage. But in this course, you can follow along using the free starter plan. So in this video, we'll cover Adobe XD Basics. We'll have a brief overview of the workspace, keyboard shortcuts. We'll switch from the design workspace to prototype mode, and then to share mode. We'll go over cloud documents, layers and groups, how to install plugins and access resources, components, and libraries. So let's cover Adobe XD Workspace Basics. So when you launch Adobe XD, you'll be presented with the home screen. Here you have access to learning resources, your files that are shared with you, and your links. And you also have the preset artboards, which allows you to start a new document by selecting one. And let's start by selecting Web 1920. I'm now presented with the workspace in design mode. And just a note that for this course, I will be using Adobe XD on Mac OS, but you can still follow along on Windows as there is not much difference. mostly being the main menu. So on macOS, the main menu is top. And then you have the application toolbar where you can switch between design, prototype, and share mode. You can view the name of your document and save it as a cloud document. You can invite to edit, preview on mobile or preview on device, and preview on desktop. And you have the workspace zoom setting. To the right, you have the property inspector, and this is dependent on what you have selected on the workspace. And to your left, you have the toolbar with the select tool, rectangles, ellipse tool, pen tool, type tool, and the output tool, to name a few. And at the bottom, you have what is selected now, the libraries panel. You can switch to the layers and the plugins panel. And when using Adobe XD, it's recommended to learn some basic keyboard shortcuts. You can download the print-friendly version of the keyboard shortcuts on the Adobe XD User Guide website. Some shortcuts that I will use very often would be cut, copy, and paste. So on Mac, that's Command XC and V, Windows Control XC and V. Another shortcut would be Command D or Control D for duplicate. And there are many shortcuts to go through, so I recommend downloading the print-friendly version or bookmark. You can also view the shortcut of a tool by hovering over the icon. Or under the main menu. Right, so let's switch to prototype mode. And in prototype mode, this is where you're able to set your interactions, and your selected artboard or layer will have a blue selection, and you can use the arrow to wire up your prototype. And if I switch to share mode, whatever I've selected on my workspace, I can share, and I can name my link, change the view setting, and I have link access settings. It's recommended to save your document as a cloud document. So if I name my document, say workspace, that will sync it to the cloud or save it to the cloud. And with it saved as a cloud document, I have access to versions, so I can open a previous version in a new window, give it a name, or mark my versions, which is useful if you need to set milestones or revert to a previous design or prototype. But you also have the option to save as a local document. Next up, if I switch to if I view my layers panel, I can search through layers by going to the search bar or search field. As I only have an artboard, I will add a layer to my artboard. I'll just add an ellipse. And here I have under my artboard my layer, and I can mark a layer for export, choose to lock the layer or hide the layer. I can also, if I want, group a layer, and this will give me options such as stack and padding. Next, I'll go through plugins. So if you choose the plugins panel, you can view your plugins, or you can add new plugins, you can choose to go to Discover Plugins, or on the main menu, choose to browse or manage plugins. Let's choose Discover Plugins. And when I choose Discover Plugins, I'm presented with the Creative Cloud app, and I can, for example, select featured plugins, and I can browse through the featured plugins and the categories. Or if I want to search for a plugin, say example, a keyboard shortcuts plugin, I can simply type keyboard, and that will bring up plugins. I see the keyboard shortcuts plugin, and I can install that plugin by selecting install. So another useful resource are UI kits for Adobe XD, and to browse the UI kits, you can simply go File, Get UI Kits. Next up, we'll just cover components. So components allows you to easily maintain multiple versions of the same element and include variations for different situations. It is also possible to nest a component inside a component. So let's just demonstrate a component. So say I make this a red circle. Choose to make that circle a component. It will now be green with that little green diamond, indicating it's the main component. And if I duplicate this artboard, I will have an instance of the component, which is indicated by that hollow diamond. And if I make a change to the main component, the changes will also reflect on the instance. And lastly, libraries. By switching to the libraries panel, I can create and manage reusable colors, character styles. So for example, I've red the circle selected, I can add it as a color. And I can search through my assets of this library, and if I prefer, I can also share and to publish. So it's time for the first exercise of the course. Jump into Adobe XD. So in this exercise, we'll create an artboard. We'll duplicate the artboard and change the color. We will prototype using a transition, and then we will preview the result. Right, so before we start our exercise, we'll need to download Adobe XD. So you can download Adobe XD for free by going to From there, you can download XD for free. Alternatively, you can also go to adobe.com/products/XD. And if you have Adobe Creative Cloud installed on your system already, you can simply navigate to the bottom of all apps to see if it's available in your plan if you don't have it already installed. Right, so now you should have Adobe XD installed, and we can start by choosing an artboard preset. You can choose any artboard preset. I will choose Web 1920. Next, I will duplicate this artboard by either using the keyboard shortcut Command D or going to the main menu and choosing Edit Duplicate. And with the second artboard selected, if I go to the Property Inspector under Appearance, I can change the color. I'll choose maybe a green. And next, I will switch to Prototype mode by going to the top of the application toolbar. And I will select the first artboard. And with the first artboard selected, I will drag the handle onto the second artboard. And then I will leave the interaction as is. That is, it's a tap trigger with a transition, and animation is dissolve. So if I go to the top and select desktop preview, I tap, and that is my exercise complete. Well done on making to the next section of our course or class, create an app prototype, an overview of what we'll cover. We will start with a design brief, so we will cover design brief basics, followed by a user flow, where we will cover user flow diagram basics. Then we will design a low fidelity wireframe prototype, and then we will share our lo-fi prototype for review. Then we will add voice interactions or voice user interface, and we will share this updated prototype for user testing. Then we will go over design system basics, which will be needed for our high fidelity prototype design. And then finally, we will share for development. So let's cover design brief basics. So what is a design brief? A design brief helps to capture the key details of a project. This is to ensure that the client or stakeholders and designer both agree and understand what is required. It should include information about the client and brand. And if no brand information is available, this can be made part of the deliverables. It should include the goals and objectives, target market and audience information, and if available, a single persona or multiple personas. And the project deliverables required should be stated, for example, a high fidelity prototype, and if possible, budget and schedule. So there is a design brief prepared for this course, which you can download. We have a made-up company or client called VoiceLater LLC for this course or class, and there is some information about the client, but there's no brand identity, so we can be as creative as we like, or you can be as creative as you like. We have our goals and objectives, target market and UX persona, although there is no set UX persona, so we will design for the target market. Our key deliverables will be an XD document with voice commands, so that will be a VUI, and it will be for iOS. There is no set schedule or budgets for this design brief. And then we also have some mood board and inspiration examples, as well as resources to help with our design. So let's cover user flow diagram basics. A user flow is used to map out part of a user journey. It's similar to a task flow, although it allows you to branch out and show user decisions. It helps to determine your user's objectives and your objectives if there are any. It determines a user's entry and starting point. Identify what information your users need and when. And when you map out a user flow, use common flowchart symbols, for example, a start and end symbol, a decision symbol, and a process symbol. And it's important to gather feedback and iterate as needed. Right, so now that we've gone through our design brief and understand what we need to proceed, we will move on to creating a flowchart for our app. Just go over our goals and objectives again. We need to design a standard calculator app for iOS users with near vision impairment. And we need to make the calculator more intuitive and accessible by integrating a VUI. We'll proceed by creating a flowchart to map out the user flow for our app, keeping these goals and objectives in mind. So let's start by using the artboard tool, dragging out an artboard. And then once we have our artboard, we can name our artboard flowchart. We'll give our flowchart a heading or title. We'll just call this Voice Later App User Flow. Now the text is rather tiny. I'll just use the select tool, and with the select tool I can grab out my text, and that will increase the size of my text. See, it's Voice U Later. Let's just correct that, Voice Later App User Flow. Right, so that's the heading or title. Now with the XD you can design your own flowchart from scratch. So let's just try and do that. Let's just create a rectangle, select the text tool, type rectangle and start typing. Let's call this onboarding screen. And as this is a starting point, we will make this a rounded rectangle. And then we can add our arrows or flows. So we can use the line tool, select the line tool, draw a line, and then select the polygon tool, and then create a little arrowhead. Just move that around, hold down Shift. How we can proceed by creating our user flow. But there's an easy way, and that is by using plugins. So let's switch to the plugins panel. A plugin I will use is Whiteboard. So to install Whiteboard, you simply go to the Discover Plugins button, select that, and then you can search for Whiteboard, and you'll have the option to install Whiteboard. It's a free plugin, and it's a visual collaboration plugin for Adobe XD, which allows you to ideate remotely and in person. So I already have this installed, so let me just select that plugin, and I will choose the Whiteboard option. You can also start drawing, but I won't be drawing. I'll simply use the Whiteboard. And then you're presented with templates for brainstorming, many sort of brainstorming templates, drawing templates, flowcharts, mind map, team management. But we are going to go with flowcharts. But I won't be using the template, I'll be using elements. So I'll select the elements tab, and then I will go down to flowchart elements, and I will start my flowchart by selecting a status or block. I simply select once. I'll zoom in again. And here I can start creating my user flow by simply using this plugin. I can give it a color, but I won't be changing the color. I will leave it as black for now. On the label, I simply select the label and give it a name. So this will be onboarding screen. Now I can see that if I see that my text is going to start overflowing, I can simply deselect, select the entire element. And with responsive resize set to auto, I simply drag and how wide I want my button to be. Say I want it about that wide, and I can select the text, or I can hold down Control, and I can select that, and that will select my label, and I can move it to about the center of the block, text block. If I'm finicky about the sizing, I can also just type in the size I want, say I want 260, and I can press enter, and then I can once again just move that around until it's centered. And then next up, and if I select the element, the plugin is aware that this is one of the elements from the plugin, and I can still change the swatch if I need to. So I'll just go on the back arrow of elements and choose another element. I want a connector that goes straight, so I'll choose that one. I'll hold down Shift and I will move it down like that, center it there, and then I can go on to my next element. I can give it a color if I want. I'll leave it as black. Next, block in our user flow will be the calculator UI screen. So let's add that to our flowchart. So I'll select that element for a block. And this will be a calculator UI screen where we can add our inputs, calculate our inputs. So it's calculator block action, and I will give this the name calculator UI screen, and then I will deselect. I'll select the entire element, and I will use the responsive resize to get the sizing I want. I will leave it at 260. Double click the label or use command click to select the label and center that. Select the entire element again by deselecting, selecting once, and that is the next element of my flowchart. So I can go back to the plugin to choose another flowchart connector. Next up will be a decision. Do I want to have use the voice input or stick to the button input? So let's have our connector to show this as part of the user flow. So if I hold on Alt and select that connector, I can simply duplicate it and drag it down. Let go, and I've duplicated that. And I will add a decision symbol. So I'll select the decision symbol, move that down to about there. And then the decision will be voice input. And then I'll have my decision yes or no. So we'll use a flowchart connector with a turn to add a yes and no. So I'll simply select that once, move that over here, and go back to my elements. And now I want to add a label on top of this connector. So I can either choose this and remove the frame, or I can choose the label, a ghost element label here from the mind map element. And that fits perfectly right there. And I'll say yes. That will be one of the flows, and I will simply select this connector, hold down Alt, move it across, and then going to my property inspector, I will use the flip horizontal transform, and that will flip it over. I will select my label, hold down Alt, move it over, let go, and I will simply get that to center about there. and then I will select no. And as you can see, if I move my elements around, I get these helpful little guides in cyan and magenta. That way I know that I'm lining my things up correctly. So now I have my decision symbol. Next, I will do the flow for no and the flow for yes. So if the voice input is not selected, then we will stick to the button input. So let's duplicate this block. Hold down Alt, drag it over there, center it about there, and call this button input. And then if the user inputs his calculation, he will have a result. So let's add that end for that user flow. So let's choose the flow chart connector, straight arrow. Hold down Alt, select that, drag it to below there, and then let go of the mouse and let go Alt, and now I have my connector again. Next, I want to have my end of this flow where the user does not use voice input. So that's a end. So let's go to the rounded rectangle. Choose that, hold down Alt, click and drag, and then align that, and we can say display result. Right, so that's the user flow for a standard calculator. So if the user chooses to switch to the voice input, we can show that flow. So let's duplicate this one, hold down Alt, click and drag to there and say show VUI screen. So the user will have the voice user interface screen. And then the next action will be a speech input. So let's duplicate that. We'll need a connector. So let's duplicate this connector. You can duplicate any connector, but let's just duplicate that one, drag it across by holding Alt. And then we can duplicate this block. Hold down Alt, click and drag, and then name this speech input. Right. And then lastly, the user will receive the result with voice feedback. So let's duplicate this connector, hold down Alt, click and drag, and then we can add the final or the end of this flow. Let's take this one, hold down Alt, click and drag, and then say display result, but with voice feedback. And then we select by holding, we can hold down Control and select just that rectangle, and we can size it. So this is not responsive resize, but we're resizing that rectangle directly, and I want it about that size. And I'll center my text. Right, so that is our user flow, and we are ready to share this with our stakeholders. And we will cover sharing later, but for now we'll skip ahead to the lo-fi prototype. So with our user flow completed, next we'll move on to the wireframing step in our app design process. This is also known as lo-fi prototyping. So a wireframe is a 2D illustration of an interface. It displays the user flow between screens and pages visually and helps to clarify the way information is displayed, as well as determine the function of UI elements. It also makes the decision to allocate space depending on priority easier. And when designing a wireframe, rarely use colors, stick to black, white, and gray tones, and only use generic fonts and a maximum of 2 generic fonts. So now that we have our user flow complete and signed off, we can move on to the lo-fi prototype, which will essentially be this based on the user flow. So if we refer back to the design brief, if I hold down space, I can navigate around my workspace. And if we look at our key deliverables, we need a wireframe XD prototype, and it should be designed at screen size iPhone 10. So let's start by adding our iPhone artboard. So we can start on our lo-fi prototype. Select the artboard tool, and then choose iPhone 10, 10s, 11 Pro, and that will place our artboard right next to our VoiceLater app user flow, so we can always reference that as we go along. Right, so first up is our onboarding screen. If I go to ellipse tool, I think I'll start by adding my branding. So I have the ellipse tool selected. I'll add my logo, give it the name logo by selecting the type tool and then typing logo. And then if I can either select off the artboard or press escape to stop typing, and I can now position my text in the center. If I select both elements, I can group it. So I select both by holding Shift, and I can go Command G or Control G to group. So if I look at my layers panel, I have these 2 elements. I'm simply going to group them by saying Command G, Control G. And now I have a group, and I can name this group logo. Right. Next, I will add the name of the app, VoiceLater. So I want to center this text, center line. So I go to my property inspector, select center line. Then I will select the selector tool, keyboard shortcut V, and I will place that about there. I will resize by dragging down on this handle to about that much. And then I will add the tag line, go back to my type tool, keyboard shortcut T for text, and type okay, so that's off canvas. So I want to change the way this is displayed. So I can switch my text frame to either, which it is currently, it's auto width. I'll change it to auto height. I can also have it as a fixed size, but I'll choose auto height. And if I drag my handle, I can have it adjust automatically depending on the height. And I'll select the handle at the bottom. Now with auto height, it will automatically switch to fixed size. I want to switch back to auto width so I can use this handle and have it about that size and place it right under there. So as we've covered in lo-fi prototype basics, we want to stick to black, white, and gray and generic type. Right. So next up, as this is the onboarding screen, we'll need some instructions. So I'm simply going to duplicate this by holding down Alt, dragging it to about there, and maybe making it a little smaller, and then giving the instruction. Right, so that's the first set of instructions. And then I'll center this and I'll add the rest of my text. Right, so that's the instructions for the app. We're going to be using a microphone symbol and a plus minus symbol on the lo-fi prototype to indicate the two options. Next, we'll add a button, so I'll select the rectangle tool, draw a button about this size, and then round it off maybe. About there, and then select the type tool, select anywhere in the side the rectangle, and say got it. Right, so that's the instructions on the onboarding or the onboarding screen complete. I'll just make this a little tinier. Right. So this is the lo-fi prototype, and I've got the sizing about how we want it. And then we can move on to the, if we refer back to our user flow, the calculator screen. So we can duplicate this artboard. And before we do that, let's just also name our artboard. So this will be the wireframe. And to duplicate the artboard, I simply select the artboard and then Command D, or hold down Alt and drag it across. And we will call this calculator. As I won't be using any of these elements on this page, I'll simply, under the layers panel, select all the elements and then hit backspace or delete. Now, this will be a standard calculator screen, so we will need our buttons made up of 4 columns and 5 rows. So let's just create a standard size button about that size, and we can add our numbers on the lo-fi prototype. But as it's a lo-fi prototype and we don't need to add that much detail, we can go without buttons, without the numbers inside on our buttons. So we will repeat this in 4 columns, 5 rows. Easiest way to repeat elements is by using repeat grid. So we go to the property inspector, choose repeat grid. That gives you an indicator that this element is now repeatable. So we'll simply drag our handle out, 1, 2, 3, 4, and in between each element you have these magenta handles, so you can size how much spacing you want between each element. I'll go for 8, and then I will hold this down, drag it to the center and bring it to about there, and then I want to have this go all the way down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about there. And I have the edges of this element showing. I don't want that to be part of this, so I'll drag it over And then once I'm happy with my buttons, I will simply ungroup grid. As I don't have any plans to keep making changes to this grid, to keep adding to this grid, I will ungroup the grid. And on the layers panel, I can see I've created all these ellipses. I will group it by going Command G, as it's already selected. And I can name this group. And now usually a calculator has a big 0. So we will delete this ellipse over here. So we'll use the rectangle tool. Come over here and create a rectangle about that size. Hold down Command and select that ellipse, delete that ellipse. And select on the layers panel, select the rectangle, and I can show it keyboard shortcut Command, comma, and I will simply drag that little handle to round it off completely. And that is my calculator. Next, I'll add my calculator text. I'll just add a 0. And this is set the text frame set to auto width. So I will hit escape, and that allows me to drag the handle as big as I want it. Let's just escape V, and that's going to go about there. Next up, I want to add a icon symbol, my microphone symbol. Now, adding icons to your prototypes in XD, there are a few ways. If you're on a Mac, you can install SF symbols. You visit the SF symbols page on developer.apple.com. A link is on the design brief. You can download the app, SF Symbols, and that allows you to use the symbols library that is part of this San Francisco font, system font. Once you've installed SF Symbols, you can use it to drag elements or copy paste symbols that you want to use. In this case, I can use the search feature on SF Symbols app, and I can search for mic, and that gives me microphone options. Alternatively, if you're using Windows, there are other options. If you go to nucleoapp.com, you can download the free app, and they have free and premium icons. And this would be the Nucleo app. Once it's installed, you can simply copy and paste icons that you like. Alternatively, inside XD, you can also install the Icons for Design plugin. It's one of the plugins. There are other plugins to install. This is a popular plugin, and you can search for any icon you want. So I'm looking for a microphone. I just type mic, and I can get options from different libraries. But as I'm designing for iOS, I'm going to go ahead and use SF Symbols. And I want to use the mic circle full symbols. I'll simply select that, Command copy, copy symbol, Command C on Mac, and paste. And this is a text symbol, and it's all dependent on the font family you choose. Now it's showing up as Helvetica New 20. I'll switch this to a auto width, and I can adjust the size of this. I'll make it about 40 pixels high. I'll align it to about there. And that is my mic symbol for my lo-fi prototype. To switch to the VUI screen, I will just adjust this to about there. Right. So that's the calculator screen. So let's refer back to our user flow. Next, we'll do the flow for if a voice input is selected. So we'll design the VUI screen next. So simply duplicate this screen by holding it down Alt and dragging over, or Command or Control D. As I won't be using any of these elements, I will delete them. I will keep the symbol as a reference for where to place the next symbol. So I'll select that symbol. I'll go back to SF symbols. And I will choose something to represent the calculator for now as a placeholder. So I'll choose plus, something with a plus and minus. And I'll choose the plus minus circle full icon. I'll select that. Command copy, Command V. I'll switch this to auto width in the property inspector. Drag it to about there and drag it up to the same size, 40. Drag it over, and that's about the right same size, and I'll delete the old symbol. Next, I want to add some visual feedback that this is the voice user interface or VUI screen. So I'll go to the text tool, keyboard shortcut T, and I'll type listening. I will make this a little smaller, about that size. Place that about there. And that is to indicate that this is the VUI screen. Right, so next, if I go back to the user flow, I want to indicate speech input. So let's duplicate this screen again, and I will name this calculator VUI, and I'll duplicate this, Command D or Control D. And then I will, for example, the user can ask 2 plus 2 equals. So I'll indicate the user saying 2 plus 2 equals. And I will change the size of this to about that size. Keyboard shortcut V to change this to select. And I will bring down the opacity on what the user has added, just as a reference to indicate that's what the user has requested. And then I will duplicate by holding Alt and then adding the answer. I'll make it bigger and bring up the opacity again. This is to indicate that this is the feedback or the answer. Right, and I'll have that about right aligned. We can also switch from the VUI back to the calculate screen, so we'll add that. So we'll simply duplicate the calculator screen, hold down Alt, move it over, and then add the total 4. So that's to indicate that you can do the same calculation on the calculator screen. So now that we have our design done, we're going to wire this up as a low fidelity prototype. So to do that, we'll switch to prototype mode. So we'll go to the top left in the application toolbar, and then we will select our first artboard, and we will set this as our first artboard by, if I zoom in, Command plus. I can also choose to use the zoom tool, and I can select that home. That will make that the start of my flow, and I can give this a name, Lo-Fi. I'll simply call it Lo-Fi for now. And then I can wire each artboard up by simply using this arrow and selecting the artboard, or I can wire up an element. So in my design, I did not group this button. And as this is a button, I should group it. So let me just, I can do it from prototype mode, but I'll switch back to design mode, and I'll simply group this and call it button. And I'll switch back to prototype mode. And now I have the arrow on my button. And when a user selects that, they will proceed to the calculator screen. So I will grab that handle and move it to the calculator screen. And on the calculator screen, the user can calculate as usual, and that will display a result. But we won't be prototyping the calculator for now. We will be prototyping the voice user interface, or VUI. So let's wire up the symbol and have that linked to the next artboard. And as I keep adding my links in the property inspector, it will show the sort of trigger. So I will have a tap trigger, the same for the button. The type will be, for now, it will be a transition. It will show the destination and the animation type, just dissolve. And this is going to be repeated. This is the very standard or default transition. And next up, I want to have this automatically transition to the result. Drag that. Instead of a tap trigger, I'll switch this to a time trigger and have it transition in about 1 second. As we won't be adding the voice user interface just yet, we just want to share this for review. And then this symbol to connect to the calculator screen with the result. So I'll grab that handle, drag it over, and that will set a tap transition, a tap trigger with a transition and dissolve. And we will go over the types of transitions and animations later. And on this calculator screen, I would like to switch back to the VUI if I need to. So I'll grab the mic symbol, drag it over, and that will set the same settings as before. Right, so that should be my prototype wired up. I'll select the first output in my prototype, and I'll choose desktop preview, and then I can test my user flow. So on the onboarding screen, I select got it, That takes me to the calculator screen, and from here I can choose to switch to the VUI screen. And on the VUI screen, the user will give a voice command and receive the visual feedback, and later we will add the audio feedback. And on the screen, the user can continue to calculate or switch back to the calculator screen. So we will select that symbol to switch back to the calculator screen. And we have large text, which is part of the goals and objectives of our design brief. So we've successfully wired up our prototype. Next, we should be able to proceed with sharing for review. So once you have your Lo-Fi prototype ready and you'd like to receive feedback from stakeholders, you can share your XD prototype for review. And to do that, you define a starting point by selecting the home icon of the first artboard. And then you ensure that your prototype is wired correctly. Then when you're ready to share, under share mode, or you switch to share mode, and then you select the design review preset. And once you've determined you have the correct link access, you can share your design with stakeholders for review. Right, so now that we've wired up our prototype, we're ready to share for review with stakeholders, but let's just cover sharing quickly. So with XD, you can share multiple flows. If I switch to the share screen or share mode, I have my home artboard set on this onboarding screen and I've wired up my prototype. So that is my flow for the Lo-Fi prototype. If I create more flows and I set a home on them, I can create multiple flows and share them individually. But let's switch back to the design screen, because it's also possible to have a selected flow. So say I choose to share the flow, including the flow chart. So I can either by holding down select, drag all my artboards, and then simply select that, and that will create a new share. And if I select that, I have automatically created a flow, and I can give that link a name and choose my view setting. So it's design review, development, presentation, user testing, or custom viewing experience. I'll leave it as design review. And my link access, I can set to anyone with a link, only invited people, anyone with a password. So now I have multiple flows. I can, if I select flow 1, I can give it a name here, and that will give, and I can create a link for that flow. If I select Lo-Fi, I can also give that a name and create a link for that flow as well. I'll be sharing both the flowchart and the Lo-Fi prototype for review. So let's give this a name. Let's call it, and I can share that with stakeholders. But I will be sharing the Lo-Fi prototype, so I will call that Voicelator Lo-Fi. Or if I go back to prototype mode, I'll simply call this Voicelator Lo-Fi. Switch back to share mode, and that will, and as you can see, the link name is also updated. Alternatively, if I go back to prototype mode and I select desktop preview, there's the button the option to record on Mac. And if I choose record video, I can record the prototype and share the video for review as well by selecting the record button. And I also have options to enable the microphone and show notifications. I can also preview on device, but we will do that later in the course. And also when doing a selected share, as you can see, that has automatically wired up the artboards and set the transition, and animation is dissolved. Right, so let's share our lo-fi prototype for review. We'll select voice selector lo-fi, set it to view setting to design review, and our link access will be anyone with the link. Ideally, you will want to be more secure and only invite people, but we will have anyone with the link set as the link access. So I'll select create link. There are other options such as embed the code and Behance. We'll cover that later in the course or class. Right, so with that link copied, I'll send it over to the stakeholders for review. If a stakeholder opens up that link, they will be presented with the prototype in their browser, and here in review mode they can click through the prototype or they can page through the prototype. But let's click through the prototype and they can experience the prototype as you wide it out. There's also the option to, by going to the top left, view the screens in a grid or tile mode, and they can choose a screen to go to that way as well. They can make a comment, for example, by using this place a pin. They can choose anywhere on the prototype to make a comment, and they can leave a comment. And also if the stakeholder prefers to already start testing a prototype, they can choose to go into full screen mode, and here they can test the prototype without any distractions. And that is an overview of Share for Review. As our brief requires a VUI or voice user interface, we will do that next. But before we add a voice user interface, let's just cover what a voice user interface is. VUIs allows the user to interact with the system through voice and speech commands. Apple Siri, Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, and Microsoft Cortana are examples of VUIs. And best practice when using Adobe XD is when you use a voice trigger to transition from the first artboard to the second artboard. On the second artboard, use a time trigger for speech playback. And this combines the visual response and speech playback when using a voice trigger. Right, so now that we've shared for review and we have got sign off to proceed with the voice user interface interactions. So as we've covered earlier, to add a voice or VUI interaction, the transition from the first artboard to the second artboard should be a voice trigger, and the second artboard should be a audio or speech playback. So before we proceed with that, if we remember earlier, we have two shares. So we shared the lo-fi prototype and we have the share of the user flow plus the lo-fi prototype. And this creates overlapping interactions. For example, on this screen, we have a tap and a time interaction. So what I'm going to do is to delete the user flow from our interaction. I remove that flow by selecting delete, and that separates the two flows. So just be mindful of multiple interactions, and by simply selecting the flow and hitting delete, you can remove that flow Right, so now I just have my lo-fi prototype. I'm wired up. Right, so to add the voice user interface, or the voice trigger, I'll go to my VUI screen. I'll change this temporary time trigger to a voice trigger this time, or voice trigger, and I'll enter my command. I'll leave the transition as is, animation as is. Duration I'll set to default 0.3. And I've set the voice trigger to the entire artboard, but it's also possible to set them to elements as well. I'll leave it as the artboard being the voice trigger. And on the second artboard, I will select the entire artboard and make this a time trigger. And then I will set the action type from transition to speech playback, and I will leave the voice as Joanna, leave the delay at 0, and type out the speech playback. Right, so I've set my voice interaction, or VUI, for my prototype. So I'm ready to test it, and to do that I select the first artboard. I go to desktop preview, and to test a voice trigger you hold down the space bar. So I'll hold down space bar. 2 plus 2 equals
2 plus 2 equals 4.
And you should have heard the playback as well. So that's my VUI added to my prototype. Next up, I'll test it in the mobile preview. But before that, I will just change some of the transitions. If I go to my onboarding screen, the default transition animation is a dissolve, but I would like to change this to something different, maybe a slide left. And then I will test that. Got it, and the screen slides left. I'll do the same for this screen. When you select the mic symbol, instead of dissolve, I will slide left. I will leave the voice interaction as is, and I want to have it slide on the screen as well, but as it's the VUI screen, I wanted to slide in the opposite direction, so I'll say slide right, and on this screen slide left. So it's slide left, slide right. So let's test out our interaction. Select the first artboard, and that slides left again. 2 plus 2 equals
2 plus 2 equals 4.
And on this screen, I'll go back to the calculator, slides right. Back to the VUI, slide left.
2 equals 4.
Right, so that is my lo-fi with the VUI interaction or voice interaction added. Before I start sharing for testing, I will test it on the device next. Right, so here I have the Adobe XD app installed on my iOS device. You can find the app in the App Store for either iOS or Android. So I'll launch the Adobe XD app. I'll be signed into my account. And on the screen, I can open the cloud documents I have saved to my account, and I can view them anywhere. I don't have to be connected to the desktop. I can view documents that are shared with me, and there are my settings. There's also live preview, which I will demonstrate soon. Right, so let's just open up using the by loading the cloud document and testing the prototype from there. Here I can view the user flow and anything else I have in this document. If I triple tap, I can access the menu. I can view more options, such as view options. I can enable voice notification, hotspot hints, and swipe to navigate. Right. So I'll swipe to my prototype, and I don't have any other UI elements in the way. As this is an iPhone 10, so it's designed for this screen, and it's recommended when designing for a certain device to have the Adobe XD app installed on that device for testing as you design. Right, so let's test by selecting Got It. And you'll notice that the symbol is missing at the top. That's because the SF Symbols font is not supported using the app, but I'll show a workaround soon. Right, so let's just select that empty symbol, that or missing symbol. So to test the voice or the VUI, I will do a long press, so it will be holding down. As long as I've given access to the microphone, I should be allowed to test the voice trigger. So I will say 2 + 2 =, and that will display the result. And I will have speech playback as well. And then I can continue to test my prototype. Right, so if I want to exit, I simply tap 3 times, 1, 2, 3, exit prototype. Next, I will do a live preview. But before I do that, let me just switch back to desktop and show a workaround to the missing SF symbol. So if I switch back to desktop, I'll switch to design mode. And as we notice, the SF symbol is not supported in the XD app, as it's a Apple system font. And what we can do is we can switch the symbol to a path. So we select the symbol that we want. We go to Object, Path, and Convert to Path, or Command 8, or Command or Control 8. And now that will be a path, and we can give it a name. I can call it mic. So I've called it icon mic, and I can copy and paste. I'll just copy that name, and I'll name this one over here the same. So I'll select it, Command Control 8, and name it the same. And then for this symbol, the calculator symbol or ± symbol, I'll go Command or Control 8. I'll just call it icon ±, and I'll copy that name, and I'll name this the same. Control or Command 8, and name it the same. So now that I've converted my symbols to paths, I can test on the Adobe XD app, and it should show me the proper icon. So let's see if we can view our icons using the Adobe XD app. So I open the XD document on my desktop while it's connected via the USB cable. And now I can go from my prototype, and I should be able to view my icon now, as it's not a symbol anymore, but a path. 2 + 2 =. So now you should have your VUI added to your prototype, and you should be ready to share the prototype to be tested by users. So to share for user testing is similar to share for review. You define a starting point by selecting the home icon of the first artboard, ensure your prototype is wired correctly, and then we'll switch to share mode, but you will select user testing or the user's testing preset. Then you're ready to share your design with stakeholders for review and users for testing. Right, so you should have thoroughly tested your prototype on desktop and on device. And when you're ready and happy with your prototype, you're ready to share for testing. So select our flow that we want to share for testing. Then we'll switch to the share mode. And we have our link as before, but we will change from design review to user testing. We'll leave the link access as anyone with link, and we will create our link. Right, so now we have our link. We'll copy that and share it for testing. We will test it on desktop, and then we will test it on our device using that link. And you can still continue to test using the Adobe XD app on mobile as well. So here I've opened up the prototype in my desktop browser. But to test the VUI, I will need to have an Adobe account, and I'll need to be signed in to test the voice trigger. But I can still click through the prototype. I'll need to sign in. So I will test again, but this time signed in. I've logged in using my Adobe account, so I'm able to use the voice commands. Just be sure that you haven't blocked microphone access for xd.adobe.com. On Safari, you simply switch to websites under microphone, make sure that xd.adobe.com has allow. So onboarding, we say got it. Switch to VUI, hold down space, 2 + 2 =, and there we have our results, although there is no speech playback. And next up, we can test switching back and forth.
2 + 2 = 4.
So now it plays back. So that's testing the link in your browser. Next, we'll test on mobile and using the mobile browser. Next, I'm going to preview or test the prototype using my browser on my mobile device. And you'll notice that at the bottom, I have this floating microphone symbol. So that is to test that is for voice input using the mobile browser. And that can actually be a distraction from the actual prototype. So it's not ideal, but we'll go ahead and just test it. So yeah, I have my prototype. I can swipe, scroll. I got it. And that switches to my next screen. And here I'll switch to the voice user interface. I'll select the button on top, the symbol on top. I'll hold the microphone button down. 2 + 2 =. And that will give me my results, and I should hear the speech playback. You won't be able to hear it as I'm using external microphone. So I can continue to test my prototype. So before we proceed with designing our high fidelity prototype, we will need a design system. So let's cover design system basics. So what is a design system? A design system provides consistent and reusable design patterns. This helps unite designers, developers, and stakeholders around a common visual language. And this helps to accelerate the design process. It will include a pattern library, which is a subclass in the design system with a set of design patterns for use. It includes a style guide, which is also a subclass in the design system with documentation describing the design system itself, such as the look and feel, use cases for UI patterns, typography, etc. And XD makes creating and maintaining a design system flexible, frictionless, and intuitive. Before I start designing my hi-fi prototype, let me just go over my design system. So here I have my voice-related design system. I have the style guide, which, as we've covered earlier, style guide is a subclass in the design system. And this contains my colors, my typeface. For iOS, that will be SF Pro, and for the web, Source Sans Pro, and my logos. And then for the components, I have my icons. I have UI components such as buttons and the numpad already designed. If I select my button, look to the right under the property inspectors, pressed and disabled. I'll switch back to default. I have my components for web and a video overlay, which will also be part of the components for web. So that's just a brief overview of the design system. And if I look to the left, I have the libraries panel open. And here I have the colors already added. In XD, you can name colors and character styles. So these could be used as design tokens when named. And this is helpful when working with developers and you need to follow certain naming conventions. And we will cover that later when we share for development. You can also group your colors and character styles, which makes organizing your library much easier. Here I have grouped the typeface for web and for iOS, and I've given their names, so they will also be named as part of a design, and they will also be part of the design tokens. And then I have my components listed. It's possible to publish this library. Now, if I publish, I will be publishing the lo-fi prototype as well, which is not what I want to do, but it's possible to have your design system on a separate document, which you can share with a team of co-editors and have it published. And from there, you can use that design library by going, if it's shared with you, you will see it listed here as one of the shared libraries under the libraries panel, but I will keep it as part of the document assets. And if this design system was shared, for example, I could invite a co-editor, but you'll need to have your documents saved as a cloud document, and you can type in the email of someone that you'd like to send it to, and then you can have them give a message or quick instructions and invite the person to edit. And once they've accepted the email invitation, and they have an Adobe account, they can co-edit live. And if they do co-edit live, the avatar will show up, colored avatar with the live mouse cursor. And you can also show and hide a mouse cursor. It's also possible to save your cloud document to work offline and then sync once you go online again. And if you have any conflicting changes, you can save it as a new document and continue working. Right, so that's just a brief overview of co-editing and working with shared libraries and shared cloud documents. And when working with larger teams, it's also possible XD also makes it possible to import sketch files used with the Sketch app or Adobe Illustrator files and Photoshop PSD files. Right, so this is our design system. We can start designing our high fidelity prototype. And that's also just a quick overview of how to manage a design system using XD. So before we start designing our high fidelity prototype, let's just go over what a high fidelity prototype is. A hi-fi or high fidelity prototype is a highly functional prototype with design assets completed, which makes it very close to the final product. And it helps to gather detailed feedback, and it's also more presentable to stakeholders. Right, so we've shared our lo-fi prototype for user testing, and if there's no feedback or iteration needed and we have signed off, and we also have our design system completed, we can move on to our high fidelity prototype. So as we already have our low fidelity prototype designed and wired up, if I switch to prototype mode, I have my lo-fi prototype, so I can either copy this as it's already wired up and turn my low fidelity prototype into high fidelity prototype, or I can design from scratch. What I'll do is I'm going to duplicate, as I don't want to lose some of the flows that I've created or the voice triggers that I've created. So I'll just duplicate this, hold down Alt, and drag that shared prototype over. Right, so that's my low fidelity prototype. As I'm in prototype mode, I also have the prototype or the wires duplicated as well. And then I'm just going to name all these from wireframe to hi-fi. And then I'll switch back to design mode. Now I'll just give a few tips on designing in high fidelity. When you're designing for a device such as an iPhone, for example, you should pay attention to safe margins. In this case, Apple. So you can download the UI kit for Apple, the Apple Design UI kit, and you can view the templates for safe margins. I'll show that quick. So here I've downloaded the iPhone template, which you can get by going File, XD UI Kits, and here you can see the safe margins or safe areas. And so just to measure out the safe area on this iPhone portrait, it's about 48 points or pixels from the top, 38 from the bottom. Let me just change the color here to you can see what I'm trying to show. That's about 34. Safe margin here is about 16, and it will be the same on that side. That's just give you an idea of where you should stay clear when designing for iPhone. Right, so now that we kind of know our safe area, we could copy that template over, or we could simply set our guide. Right, so let's set our safe areas. If we select our artboard and hover just to the top of our artboard or to the left, we can drag out our guides or rulers. So we want to be 48 from the top, 16 from the side, 34 from the bottom. Now it gets a bit tricky to try and measure out to go all the way over and have it 16 about there and about there, yeah. So that's our safe area that we need to design in. Another tip for designing when designing in high fidelity is to use a grid. So you could use, if we go to the Property Inspector and tick grid, here we have a layout grid. And when designing, layout grids are usually used for when designing for web. A typical for a desktop a grid is 12 columns. Another way that is popular to design is using a square grid, and the popular size would be 8.28 pixels. In XD, you can set the size of your grid. Here we have 8, as you can see, 8.28 pixel squares. And this allows you to design in a pixel perfect. And you can also change the color of your grid. The same you can do with your layout. You can change the color, the opacity. Alright, so since I'm designing for iOS, I can use the grid, but I'll switch off the grid. But I'll turn off the grid as it could be distracting. Let's start by turning our low fidelity prototype into a high fidelity prototype. So first we'll switch to our libraries. As we've added our colors and character styles and components to our libraries, and it's inside this document. And as mentioned earlier, we could also have a design library that's shared with us as a public library, and we can select it here. But we have our design system saved to our document, so we'll stick to using document assets. So let's start with our onboarding screen. We're going to set our color to our black, our base black. I'll collapse my web type since I'll be working with the iOS character SF Pro, and I will choose a title. Large title I think is fine. I'll change it to the dark orange color. For my logo, I'll remove that and I will drag my logo over from the components. I just simply go like that, drop that there, center it, and I will just resize. I will hold down Shift and Alt to constrain my size of my logo about that much, and then I will move this up a bit, ensure it's centered. That's fine. Right, next I have the simple calculator design for voice. Maybe I'll name it the simple voice calculator. I'll name it the simple voice calculator. And I'll change the text. Let me just change the text to not headline. I want it to be maybe title 3 or body. Now let's make it slightly bigger than body, so let's go with title 3, the simple voice calculator. And I'll select voice and make that a dark orange as well. As we're designing for users with low vision, we should also be mindful of our contrast ratio. So our design system was designed for if we refer back to our design system, it has a high contrast, which is meant for to have high contrast ratio, making it much more accessible. One way to measure a contrast ratio is to install. You can install a plugin to measure your contrast ratio to ensure it's accessible. If I go to my plugins panel, I can install the Stark plugin. So I'll go to Discover Plugins. I'll search for Stark, install the plugin Stark. So now that I have it installed, it showed up in my plugins panel. I can select Stark. and I can choose check contrast. Generally, AA is good enough for most use cases. Let's switch back to our libraries. Change this to body text. I want to make this left aligned this time. I actually want to duplicate these and place this on a background. So let me just drag out a rectangle about. I hold down Shift. Maybe I want it to be a square, perfect square. About that much. Hold down Shift and I'll just have it about that much. Have it centered. I'll round this off about that much. Maybe 16. I'll change this to keep it at white, but I'll bring down the opacity to about that much. Now I want to switch back to the layers panel. So Command Y or Command Control Y, or select layers panel at the bottom left. I'll drag this just below to the bottom, and I want to have these separate, so I'll just duplicate. Remove the text about there and remove the text about, remove the text. And I want to have them spaced out about equal, so help text placed on this, on my onboarding screen, but I want to place the symbols to the left of my help text. I'll just drag this over a bit to about there, to about there, and then I'll switch back to my libraries, grab my icons. I want to grab the logo Speech 48 icon. I'll drag it there, align that with that. I wanted to give it a bit more, about that much. Drag it with, drag this, select that, group it, and drag this over to the center. I'll do the same for this one. I'll drag this over, drag it to about there, to about there, and that should be about lined up properly. I can, maybe I'll drag this out a bit to about there. Just double click to select the text, drag this out. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll select this, hold down Shift, select that, and then Command or Control G to group that. Switch back to the layers panel. And I've grouped these two. I will group this again, and I'll make use of, if I go to my properties inspector, the stack. I can choose to stack these, and I can adjust the amount of spacing I want. So if I can go here, I can adjust the amount of spacing. I can also hover over and adjust the spacing. Double click on that and I can adjust the amount of spacing as well. I want it to be about there. So as it's a group, I can just make sure it's centered with this. So as you design, it's always a good idea to preview. You can preview on device, as we've talked about earlier, and you can also do a desktop preview just to see what it looks like overall. So I'll be adding my button next. I think the logo is probably a bit too big. Let me just bring that down a bit. So I'll hold down Shift Alt, drag any corner, and bring it down to about that much. Then I'll move this up to about there, this to about there, and this I will group along with that. So I'll move this down, group that together, and then have it, if I zoom out a bit, just what I'm looking to have is just a screen that looks a bit more balanced. So overall that looks a little bit more balanced. I want the user to not be distracted by the brand, but more the instructions should be clear for the user. Let's add my button next. Let's go to button app as we have named it here. I'll just drag it over. So as you remember, if I switch to prototype mode, I have this button wired up. I want to have this wired up to the new button. So I'll just pay attention to that. Switch back to design mode. I will delete the old button and have that about there. That should be fine. I'll name my button Got It. Maybe all caps. And I want to ensure that each instance also has the name Got It. So if I click on my component, I just deselect, select again, default state, press state should be Got It. I'll copy paste since I've copied the word Got It. Disabled state, copy paste, and then I'll switch back to default state. So let me just preview that. I'll just change the text to return to the calculator. Simply select I'll call this, since it's now updated to a logo symbol, logos, and then I can just adjust that. I'll remove simply, just have it say select the logo symbol. I want this to be 3 lines of text. I'll remove simply here as well. Select the microphone symbol and I will adjust this. And then I will drag these two out since this is a group. Just make sure it's centered again. And preview. Select that background shape, hold down Shift Alt, and then I will adjust the size of that to about there. And then I'll just preview again. Okay, so that looks about right. We can move on to the next screen. But before we do that, let's just ensure we have this wired up. So select the button, wire that up to the next screen. And if you remember, it is simply a transition with a slide left. Duration is default 0.3 seconds, and then we can move on to the next screen. Switch back to design mode. So just as before, I will just switch back to my libraries. Background will be black, text will be large. Now for the text, I will have to drag this out until it's much bigger. So I think I'll go with I don't want it to be bold, I want it to be regular. If we switch to prototype mode, we'll just remember that we have this wired up. It's also slide left. We have our symbol wired up, so let's just ensure that when we bring over our icon and we place it about, I want it to be about 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I'll delete this symbol. .60 points from the top and 32 from the edge of the screen. I want this to be lined up with that symbol, and about that much should be fine. And then I will drag over my numpad component, drop it onto my artboard. Right, so that looks, if I do a desktop preview again, switch to prototype mode and wire this up. So it's a transition, slide left, 0.3 seconds as before. Right. Next, we'll move on to the VUI screen. While we're still in prototype mode, pay attention to what we have. The trigger is triggered by the artboard, not any element on the page, so that will remain. So let's switch back to design mode. Let's switch this to, let's go for maybe headline, title 3. We don't want the listening to be too distracting. And then we also change the background to black. We might bring down the opacity a bit. So let's bring it down to about that much, 40. And I want to ensure that I have it. So I'll delete this symbol or button. I want to have my icon placed in exactly the same position. So what I'll do is I'll just copy and paste this one and then drag this one onto here and ensure that it's lined up correctly. Switch back to the layers panel just to view what the elements on my page, delete that one, and that has it lined up. That's an easy way to quickly line up things without having to spend too much time on it. And I want this to be lined up exactly with that. So this is the VUI screen. I'll select these two components and copy paste onto this one, and they should be in exactly the same spot. If I go switch back to prototype mode, just pay attention to what I have wired. I have the symbol wired as a transition, slide right, and the time trigger will remain as is. So switch back to design mode, go back to my library, switch to black. I will delete this, and this I will delete, and I'll select the listening and symbol or icon. I'll copy paste from here, copy paste this one to Now, as you can see, I'm adding new sizes to my app, font sizes. I could add that to the design system. So as we're following the brief, we want to have our text large for users with low vision. So say I want to have my text match that text. This one to match the 4 to match the 0 on the calculator screen. I can simply give it a right click, copy, come back and paste appearance. Command Alt V or Control Alt V. And I can drag that to about there. And that gives me a nice large block of text for users with low vision. And then I just need to go switch back to prototype mode. If I remember my transition, it's a slide right. And it's the same timing. That's fine. So lastly, I have my last screen to design. I can copy and paste all the elements on the screen and simply switch this to 4, as the only interaction I have is the symbol. So let's do that. Let's just delete all the symbols on the screen. So let's go switch back to layers panel. But before I do that, let's switch to design mode. Select the artboard, change the color to black, switch back to the layers panel, and delete all the elements I have here. Shift and select all, and then I select the elements on this artboard. Shift select all, select this artboard, Command V, Control V, paste. Name this 4, switch back to prototype mode. Now this one I've copied over my wire, but I want to just switch it to this one. So I just lift up that wire, drag it over to that artboard, and that should be my high fidelity prototype complete. So let's just do a desktop preview test, and then we will test on mobile as well. And then we should be ready to share for review, further testing and iteration. So let's just preview on desktop. Got it. That's the calculator screen. Switch to the VUI. Hold on space. 2 plus 2 equals
2 plus 2 equals 4.
Right, and then I can switch back to the calculator or back to the VUI screen.
2 plus 2 equals 4.
Right, so that is the high fidelity prototype done. Next, I will just do a test on device. And then lastly, once everything is signed off, we can share for development. Two plus 2 equals
2 plus 2 equals 4.
So congrats on making it to the final stage of the app design process. To get here would require further testing and reviewing, but we will skip ahead and share for development. So just as before, to share, we would first define a starting point by selecting the home icon of the first artboard. Then we will ensure the prototype is wired correctly, and then under share mode, select the development preset. And once you've ensured you have the correct link access set, you can share your design with stakeholders and developers. So now that we've completed our high fidelity prototype design and it's been sent for review and testing and feedback and iteration, and once you have it signed off, you're ready to share for development. So just as we've covered before, to share prototype, we'll switch to prototype mode, set the home screen of the first, or set our home artboard. So if you have this starter plan, you might have to delete previous links, so you can create your new link. As I have the paid plan, I'll simply set that as my high fidelity prototype flow. Name it Hi-Fi. And then once I have it all wired up, I can test it one more time to ensure it's wired up correctly. Then I'll switch to share mode. I have my Hi-Fi prototype link name. I'll choose development. And here you'll see I have export options. I'll be exporting for iOS. So here I have this grayed out downloadable assets, which I'll cover now, and I'll leave it as anyone with link. If I want to include assets for download, I'll simply switch back to design mode. Say I want to share this logo for download. I'll simply hover over the element in the layers panel, or I can right click and mark for export. So I will go on the layers panel, choose this icon, mark for export, switch back to share mode, and now I have the logo as a downloadable asset, and I can simply tick downloadable asset, and that will allow that to be downloadable. Right, so I will leave that as downloadable, and now I'm ready to create my link. Right, so with my link created, I will simply choose copy link or click on that link. And as I have selected this, the link accesses anyone with a link. And if they switch to view specs, they will have access to the information such as the screen details, viewport size, colors, character styles, interactions. And if I go back to the onboarding screen, and I can see that the logo that I've set, which I've marked for export, is now downloadable under assets, and I can choose the how to download it as a PNG, SFG, etc. And I can also view the character styles and colors. So each screen will have essentially similar sort of information, character styles and colors. I also have access to the interactions, the trigger action and speech. Right, so that is viewing in developer mode. I mentioned design tokens earlier. So if I switch, for example, to a web export, and I update this link, for example, say I want this to be a web app, not an iOS app, and I refresh my page, I'm now presented with another option called variables, where I'm able to view my design tokens. As I have most of my colors and character styles unnamed, they will be simply named unnamed color, but the ones that I have named have their, you can see here, such as white, dark orange. These are my design tokens. And I have my character styles, .overline, .caption. And this is when you share for web, you have access to design tokens and you can make use of them. And you can also download the CSS. And just as before, you have your spec details as well. So XD makes sharing for developer handoff easy, but there are also other tools to consider. Zeppelin, which you can view at zeppelin.io, allows you to also prepare your XD files for developer handoff. To use Zeppelin, you will need the plugin installed and the application for Windows or Mac, and that will allow you to share for developer handoff. It comes with a free plan, and then you also have pricing plans for teams and all the way up to enterprise. Right, so that is one of the tools you consider. There are a few others and newer tools coming onto the market as well. So our hypothetical app has been developed and close to being approved for the App Store. In this section of our class, we will design a responsive landing page to market our app. So we will go over responsive web design and landing page basics, and then we'll create our low fidelity wireframes using the quick markup plugin. And then we will design our high fidelity responsive landing page prototype. And then we will share it directly to Behance as part of a UX case study where we will showcase our work. So before we start designing our landing page, let's cover landing page basics. So a landing page is a web page with a single purpose, that is either to generate leads, such as a newsletter subscription, or it can be click-through, so that would mean sales or downloads. A landing page should communicate a value proposition. So that would be the benefit or solution offered and how you achieve it. And usually the value proposition is provided by stakeholders. And you should also address objections. So if a user is concerned about privacy or cost, you can offer regarding cost a free trial or free download. And as a designer, you should pay attention to the visual hierarchy of a landing page. Usually a landing page has a title and subtitle with a visual, social proof, and a call to action with visual contrast, and this will be above the fold. And below you will have your features where you also address objections, and then you'll follow up with social proof and a call to action. So let's cover some responsive web design basics. For a brief history, Ethan Marcotti is credited with coining the term responsive web design back in 2010. And responsive web design is when a web page adapts to device screen size using CSS media queries. This is a more fluid approach than adaptive design. And consider a mobile-first design approach when doing responsive web design. This means starting with designing for a mobile device or mobile viewport, and then following up with the desktop or larger viewport size. And responsive web design is considered user-friendly as you design and consider different viewports or device screen sizes. And with Adobe XD, designing for multiple screen sizes or viewports is made easier by using responsive resize and constraints. Responsive resize and constraint, this is an XD feature to resize objects while maintaining spatial relationships. and this helps to design for multiple screen sizes. When using this feature, it automatically predicts constraints you may apply. So, for example, grouped objects stay together, and crosshairs will indicate constraints being used when resizing. It's also possible to select manual to manually edit constraints. And to turn off responsive resize, you can do so by temporarily holding down Shift while resizing. You can turn off responsive resize in the property inspector, and it's turned off by default for artboards. Right, so we covered landing page and responsive web design basics. So let's move on to designing our responsive landing page or responsive web page. So we already have a design brief prepared. Our deliverables will be a high-fidelity XD Pro for develop handoff, and we have a design at our size for our screen size for web, and then we have a mobile breakpoint version. So these are the high-fidelity prototypes that will be required, but we will start off with a low-fidelity prototype and then move on to our high-fidelity prototype. And there's also resources that we can refer to. And as part of the design brief, we have some inspiration. So here we have the clubhouse.com landing page. So we can have a look at the visual hierarchy and get some ideas. So you've got your header with the visual, and you've got your CTA. What's nice is that there's also a QR code. So if you're viewing this on desktop, you can simply point your mobile to the QR code and download directly. And then we've got our features below. There are no testimonials, but social proof on this page that stand out. Well, that looks like a pretty well-designed landing page. Next is copilot.money. This also has right at the top a QR code. And then you've got your visual with a headline. And then just below that, our feature. And we've got our testimonials and social proof. Great, so this is a good example also of a landing page. And this is also a landing page, very simple. So you essentially just have a mock-up or visual of the app and your link to download and heading and subheading, or logo and heading. So that's actually more minimal, and I actually quite like that as well. Right, so we've had a look at some ideas for how a landing page can look. Let's see the layout that we have provided to us. Logo, headline, subtitle, and we've got that a call to action, a description of what the visual should look like, social proof, but we can ignore that for now. We'll also have a sticky bar to subscribe to the mobile. We have our features, a video, and the follow-up call to action, and lastly our footer. Right, so that's the basic structure of our landing page. So we don't need a user flow as we had done before. We can move straight on to creating our low fidelity prototypes. So use the artboard tool, drag out my size, or use the preset Web 1366. I'll switch back to the layout and copy. And then I'll do the logo, headline, and sub-headline. So I would just create a placeholder for the logo. Switch back to the select tool. Move this around, or just simply call this logo. I'll just call that logo. It's a bit too big. Let me bring this down, choose a character style. Since I already have my libraries open, I can simply choose one that I like. I'll just use maybe H2, that one. And then I can put the headline here, headline. Just switch keyboard shortcut V for the select tool, grab that, move that around, maybe make that H1. So I could go like that and continue, but there's an easier way. Just select that artboard. So let me switch back to the plugins tool. Now, a plugin you can use to quickly draw up or create a low fidelity mockup or prototype is the quick mockup plugin. So I have it here installed. I'll just go ahead and show you how you can find that by going to discover plugins, and you can search for it. So you can simply type mockup, just click on the search field, and you can install it. The marketplace, and it's a free plugin to install, and it's made by Adobe. Right, so I have that installed. I'll click on quick mockup. I can start by picking a theme. I will choose minimal, which is good for low fidelity prototyping. And I don't want to choose an element. I want to choose a template, and I can switch between desktop or mobile. I'll choose desktop, and then I can choose a template that I want to go with. Let's go with marketing home. Select that, and that will generate the template. Sometimes it might pop up anywhere on your workspace. So let me just grab that and drag it over there. That is our low fidelity prototype. We can simply edit this template to match our layout. Just name our artboard. Let's just be sure that when we look in the property inspector that we have the right dimensions. Yes, it's Web 1366, and we have a scrolling or viewport height. That means when we preview, we have our viewport height at 768. So this is the screen size. So just ensure that you have your scrolling or viewport height when designing web pages for the correct screen size. Just delete this as I won't be needing that anymore, and drag this over. I'm not going to be changing any of the fonts. I'm going to keep these fonts that are part of the template, but I want to have the logo, so I'll take this logo here. And you'll notice with this plugin, as long as you keep the plugin panel open with this plugin selected, you have options when you click on an element. So if I choose the logo, for example, I can choose the tag. I can give it a platform, desktop, mobile, and I can also give it a style. So this is a very handy plugin when you want to quickly prototype ideas. But I'm simply gonna switch back to the layers panel. I'm not going to change anything on there, but I'm going to move this. I'm going to delete all the other elements. I'm going to delete the tabs, the button, the icon. I'll keep the header section with our logo. Now you'll notice you'll have a hidden item called metadata. So this is necessary for the plugin to function. So if you delete that, you might lose some of the options that you have with the plugin. Right, so I'll select logo using the select tool, holding down shift, and I'll just call this logo. And if I want, I can drag this down to about there. Just be sure it's centered correctly. Yeah. Let's refer back to our copy. So the copy will be voice relator for the headline and the simple voice calculator for the subtitle. So let's grab that. Switch back. And I want to change this from a fixed size text box to a auto width. Select that. I want to just move this up a bit, so about there. Let's make sure it's, well, as we're working with a loafer prototype, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you need to at least ensure that you have the right visual hierarchy. Alright, so that's the subtitle. I want to move this button up, so I've selected it. And I'll just move it to about there. And I want to have it download on the App Store. I'll keep that. Name that, download on the App Store. Now if I do that, the button is too narrow for the text, but if I select the button and I have responsive resize set, I can drag out how wide I want my button to be. And it's not quite behaving as I would like. So I could either switch this to manual or turn off responsive resize, or I can just hold down Command or Control, select that area, and then just drag out how wide I want my button to be. I'll make it about that much. Now it's not centered, so if it's still with my background still selected, I'll hold down Shift and I'll try and get that centered, and I'll hold down Control or Command and select my text. And I will just make sure that that is also centered in the, and that is one way to do your manual resizing instead of responsive resizing. But I'll move this button up, select the button, and I'll move it to about there. Next, I want to have my learn more anchor link, which will be this element here. So this element has an icon and a scroll down. I'll remove that icon, so I'll select it, delete, take the scroll down by holding select and moving it to about there. I'll just select that and delete, pressing backspace or delete on my keyboard. Copy and paste. Command C or Control C, Command V or Control V. Right, so that is my hero, which is above the fold. I don't have any social proof to add yet. And these diagonal lines represent the visual that I'll have. Right, next we want to have a sticky bar for our newsletter sign up. So I can take this newsletter sign up and simply drag it to where the hero is. So let's do that. I'm trying to do that. It's tricky with this right at the bottom. So let's move this all the way to the top, above the header. Now we can see where it's placed and drag it to the top there, holding down Shift. And that goes within the hero section. And I can also just move the subscribe into the header, but I'll leave it above as I'll be making this a sticky. So let's just refer back to our copy and layout. Text will be want to receive monthly tips. But we can probably spice that up a bit. We can also just maybe, if I copy paste, let's see what that looks like. Want to receive monthly tips doesn't really look that great, to be honest. Let's maybe improve the UX copy here to right. So there we have our sticky bar, but is it a sticky bar? Let's see. Let's go to desktop preview, and if I scroll, the subscribe stays within the hero section and disappears when I scroll down. What we want to do is have it always visible. So what I will do with XD, what you can do is, if you have a group on its own, like we have here, just above header, you simply select in the property inspector, fix position when scrolling. So now that I've selected that, I can go back to desktop preview, and now I have a sticky bar. So that is very helpful when you're creating sticky navs or items that should be visible at all times. Right, so that is the hero section done. Let's move on down to below the fold where we'll have our features. All right, so here we have a Z pattern. So we've got a visual or image on the right and our text on the left, and then switched around, so you've got sort of a Z pattern. Sometimes it can be more visually appealing. Let us copy and paste the features. So I'll just select my text. Sometimes I have to double click more than once. That will be the heading and that will be the text. So calculate using voice. And now we paste. So I can leave that like that. I don't need the button, so I can simply select that, delete that. And we can move on to the next feature. Double click on the text field to be able to select the text I want. And holding the command, I can select that text field. Double click and then Control Command V to paste. And I'll do the same here. Hold on Command so I can see the text field. Double click to select the text in that field. Use the cursor to select the amount of text I want. Command Copy. And then I hold on Command again, select that text field, double click, paste. Let's do that again. Hold on Command to select the text field, double click, select the amount of text, Command Copy. And then hold on Command, select the field I want, double click, select all text, and then Command V to paste. So this is very repetitive, but you get what I'm trying to do, right? So Command, select, double click, Command V, paste, and then select that button, double click if it's not selected, ensure in the layers panel that's selected, delete, double click again, delete. Alright, so that's the features done. Zoom out a bit. Now we can always center this and make it more visually appealing. But for the low-fi prototype, that's fine. Next, we'll have a video section and then the follow-up button. Our mockup has this section that we can use. And we don't need this section, so I'll select that once. The group as it's already grouped, I can simply select the group and delete it. I can select this group, move it up to about there. I can delete that text and that text, Command and Shift to select more text, delete. I'll delete all three of these posts. I'll keep the call to action, or I can copy and paste this one. So let me just call this video. I'll switch back to the plugin, quick mockup plugin. Then I'll switch to the elements. And I want to choose a video, and it's already available, so I can simply select that, and that will go straight onto my artboard. But you can see the video is rather tiny, so I can choose the asset type, and you can see that that does not quite give me options for sizing. So, and I have state default active, so sometimes this plugin doesn't quite work the way you want it to. So I'll just Command Z, Command Z again, Command Z, Command Z, and then I will hold on Shift and Alt and drag that out to about the size I want. I'll put that just about there in the center of my group. Just move it up a bit, about that much. And this one, this button, I can give it some options here, but I'm simply going to copy this button at the top. So I'll just double click, switch back to my layers panel, have the button selected, Command copy. I'll hold on Command just to make sure I'm in the right group. I'll select the button and then Command V paste, and I'll just hold on Shift and whoops. It always gets a bit tricky trying to drag the right one, as that's below, so yeah, that's not going to work. So let's just move this all the way to the top. That video and this button should actually both go into that group. So let me just hold that, select that button, hold on Shift, drag it to about there, and just make sure this is just about right. I'll go with that. And then these two, hold on Shift, select them, and then I'll drag it all the way down to the video group, and I'll delete this button. And then I can also adjust the size of my background, how much I want it to be, maybe about that much. And that's the video section done. Let's just go back to the layout and copy page. And then lastly, the footer. So essentially the footer will be this footer strip and not this big footer. So I'll select the big footer, delete that. I'll select the footer strip, drag that up, holding Shift, drag it up until it snaps. And copyright symbol and Voicelator LLC. Command copy, hold on Command, double click, paste. and go back to my layout. I need 3 links on the footer strip, so I'll Command C that, hold down Alt and drag over till it's about spaced the same, about there. Go back to the privacy policy, terms of service, and contact. Let's see, contact, Command copy, and contact. So I'll put that there. I can shift things around, so I can move this one around there and then move contact there, but I'll show you how to easily just shift things around once you have them. So I'll select terms of service, privacy policy, and the duplicate. I'll go Command or Control G to group that. Then in the property inspector, I'll tick stack. So that will stack these items in a horizontal stack, as you can see here. If I switch to vertical, it will stack them vertically, but I'll leave them as horizontal. And now with that stack selected, I can select any item within the stack, and by simply dragging it, I can drag it on the artboard, move them around that way, or I can do it in the layers panel. So I can have privacy policy, terms of service, move it back up, and that is how I can easily just move items around and keep them fixed within a certain space. Right, so that is our desktop lo-fi prototype done. I'll preview this using desktop preview. Move the artboard to just about there. Okay, now I can preview, and then we have a look at how we've designed our lo-fi prototype. It has all the elements there. As we'll need a responsive landing page, we're going to create a mobile view of this web page. Right, so now we're going to need our mobile viewport for our responsive prototype. So let's just refer back to the design brief and have a look at the key deliverables. So we will need a mobile viewport of iPhone for iPhone 10. So we could proceed by duplicating this, going Alt, selecting each element, and with responsive resize enabled, simply drag things over to reach the size that we want. Alternatively, we could start from scratch as well. So we could go to the artboard tool and using the, let's just select this view, this artboard, switch to the artboard tool and choose iPhone 10. Now that switches there. I don't want that there. Right, so I could proceed by starting from scratch and designing a different sort of view for responsive. But what we'll do is we'll use the plugin. So we'll go to Quick Mockup plugin. Again, switch to templates, and remember we want to use the same template but in mobile view. So we'll switch to mobile, and then we'll choose marketing home. Right, so let's choose marketing home. That will place it somewhere on the workspace. Let's see where it ends up. Right, it ended up some weird place up there again. So let's just move that down to here. We're going to keep most of these elements. We're going to need to remove what we don't need, and we can start by renaming our artboard, and let's just identify if our size is correct. So we want an iPhone 10. Let's see, our width is 375, viewport height is 812. If I switch to the artboard tool, I can see my sizes here, 375 by 812 for iPhone 10 in the property inspector, so that's correct. Let's switch back to the layers panel. I'll select this artboard, I'll give it a name. Right, so we can just copy paste what we see here. So we could call this logo. The layout's going to be essentially the same. So logo. It's going to be a lot of copy pasting. This method. So it's either you can choose the way you want to proceed by either doing a responsive resize or using the plugin. So I'll just keep copying pasting. I can skip ahead. So I'll leave that like that. I can maybe center it a bit more. Go to the layers panel, select the items on this page and adjust the sizing. Maybe have it there, have the logo about there. And that can be the hero done. You can move on to the features section. So I don't need the buttons. I'll just delete that button. Right, let's just try that again. Just select once, double click, delete. Now, see if I delete, then I'll have this gap. So as we covered before, we can use stacks. So let's just ensure that these features, feature, are grouped into one group. So I'll group that. And I'll turn on stacks. Now also just be mindful that if you intend to make use of the plugin, when you change things too much, like adding stacks and grouping, you might lose some of these options. So just be mindful of that. For now, it still seems to be fine. Right, so I'll delete the button here. Double click, delete, double click, delete, double click, delete. And that's shifted automatically because I have stack turned on. And I'll just continue copy pasting. So as I removed quite a bit of that space, this group has a lot of empty white space. I'll just move this up to about there. And then I'll delete this as we don't need that. We don't need the service section. Latest updates and news, that will be our video section, just as before. We can keep the sticky nav over here for now, as it's, if I refer back to layout and copy, it's not sticky on mobile. We don't need a sticky blast for the subscribe. So here again, I can use text if I want to keep the sizing and spacing, but I will just delete the elements and drag over the video. Use text if I want to keep the sizing and spacing, but I will just delete the elements and drag over the video. Maybe I'll just keep one for reference. I'll delete that. But if I just try to turn on stacks, let's see. I'll turn on stacks and see what happens if I delete items. So I want to delete this and that. Select that, and everything shifts up. I want to keep one post for reference. Drag it all the way up. I'll just leave it about there. And I want to turn off stacks and that padding as well. So here, this is just my reference placeholder. I'll switch to the plugin, switch to elements, drag the video over, or click the video and drag it over there. Switch back to my layers panel. I want to move the video and I want to duplicate this get started. That should actually be downloaded on the App Store. Just copy paste. So I'll just copy this button here, select away, I double click to select that button, and I can do Command D to duplicate it, drag it out of that group. And now I can drag this button all the way down by holding Shift and dragging to about there. I want to center this to that button. Select holding Shift in the layers panel, or I can select holding Shift on the artboard, the button in video, and I want to add that to the group updates and news. But I'll just call this video just as before. And with the post, I can delete that reference. Now I just have that and that. Just make sure the button is centered there. And this I will have to manually adjust since I've turned off padding. And I'll just adjust it to about there. As I'm using my desktop design as a reference, I can just make sure I have everything, that all the elements are there. Subscribe is all the way down here. Just select that once, hold down Shift, drag it all the way up to about there. I'll change the type on there. And then we will delete the big footer and just keep the footer strips. Let's try that again. I deleted everything accidentally. I have to go to the layer to make sure I delete the right group. Then I'll select that and drag that up. Drag that up all the way to about there. Size my artboard, select the artboard, go all the way to the bottom, drag this up, drag it up to about there, and I'll zoom in and just finish off the last bits. So this is where we can make use of the stacks once again. Group this, make a stack, or I can just In this case, just hold down Alt, drag to about there, and have it spaced about that much. Privacy, policy, terms of service, and contact. And then lastly will be the newsletter subscribe. Just copy that. Make this auto width, drag it to about there, center it. And that is fine. I can just drag this, hold both of them, hold Alt Shift, select, and have that centered about there. Okay, so that is the Lo-Fi prototype done for desktop and mobile. I'll just preview this on desktop. We'll skip prototyping for now for the low fidelity and save that for the high fidelity stage, but we'll do some testing, share for review, test on them using the mobile app, and then once we're happy, we can move on to the high fidelity prototype. Right, so once you've reviewed your lo-fi design, shared it for review, maybe even testing, and say you've received sign-off, you can proceed to the hi-fi design. So there are a few ways we can go from lo-fi to hi-fi, as we've covered before. We duplicate the output, so I'll go hold down Alt. We'll start with the desktop design, and then we can simply use these elements and swap them out for hi-fi designs. But as we're using the quick mockup plugin, we can switch to plugins, choose quick mockup, and there's the option to pick a theme. So we could go for, say, a dark theme to match our VoiceLater app. So we could choose, for example, this Fluo, I think that's how it's pronounced, Fluo, dark theme, and we select that. So we select our theme, and there we have the option to recycle theme. So click that, choose Fluo, and now we have a high fidelity prototype, and we can simply swap out the images and select done. And that would be a from going from lo-fi to hi-fi pretty quick and easy using the quick mockup plugin. And you can see the difference. We have rounded buttons with color, we have images, stock images. But what we're going to do is we're not going to use the quick mockup plugin. We're going to Command Z or Control Z. I'm not going to use the quick mockups plugin. I'm going to switch to the layers panel, and we are just going to design from scratch. Right, so since we've duplicated this artboard, let's change the name to hi-fi. It's always a good idea to refer back to your layout and design brief. Right, so now we can proceed by changing our low fidelity prototype to match our VoiceLater brand. So yeah, I have the libraries open. So first I'm going to select my artboard and change the appearance full from white to the base color black of VoiceLater. You won't see anything. I'll have to delete this shape, so I'll delete that shape. I'll switch to the layers panel. As you can see what I have selected, I have the image folder selected with the placement area. I'll delete that folder, and now I have my placeholder for where the logo should be. I'll switch to the libraries panel, drag over my logo. I could choose a logo word mark or the logo symbol. I'll choose the logo symbol. Just drag it onto my artboard, delete that placeholder there, and then I will resize it Next up will be my text. The text already says voice letter, so I simply have to change the font. I can choose the under web type, not iOS type. Go to the web type group and choose the H1. Change the color to dark orange. Now I don't want it to be all caps, so I'll just type voice letter and then I'll drag this to about there. Next is the simple voice calculator. I'll choose H5. And then I want this to have a bit more contrast. I'll make it white. And I'll make the voice dark orange, and that I also don't want this to be caps. I'll say voice. And I'll switch this to a auto height text box, and I'll have it placed about there. I can just preview this by selecting the artboard, going to desktop preview and having a look at what I have so far. So I can adjust the spacing, make sure that this viewport, which I'm previewing, which is the screen size, just to ensure what I'm looking at is balanced. I can also enter full screen mode and view my screen size and ensure that this viewport height looks nice and balanced while I'm designing. It's also helpful if you have a second screen to use that screen as your previous screen and have it always open. Next, I want to change the download on the App Store button. Switch to layers so I can see what I have selected. So that's the button group. But as I'm going to be designing for high fidelity and this will be linking out to the App Store, I want to use Apple's official App Store badge. So to get the App Store badge, you can visit the developer.apple.com website. And you can find the App Store badges on the website. And you can download for App Store, Mac App Store, or Apple TV. So now I'm going to delete this button, go to my layers, make sure I delete that. And as I'm not going to be using the quick mockup plugin, I'll delete any metadata that I find. And I can also rename these to match my text and remove those tags. I'm going to drop my download App Store button. So I already have it added to my libraries, so I'm simply going to drag it over and place that about there. And then below that I will have another button, and you can see my components are not categorized, so I have web and app components. So I'm going to drag my button for web over. So drag it over just below download on the App Store. I'll delete this, learn more, and I'll name this learn more. And as it's a component with different variants, I'm going to change it to the outline. And then I will name this learn more. Now, as I've changed that instance, the default state still has by. So if I name this default state learn more, I'm going to have to name each. Alright, so if I preview that using desktop preview, I can see it's not quite that balanced, but we'll get to that soon. the screen is looking a bit cramped. And then this sticky receive monthly voice related tips. If I desktop preview, I can see it's still sticky. That's what I want, but it's taken up a lot of space on the high fidelity design. What I'm going to do is swap out the button with a button for web. Change that to subscribe. Delete that one. I'll switch my layers panel to ensure that I've got everything in the right place. So that button is in the right place. I'll just move this to the corner. Hold down Command to ensure I select that text while I select it, and then I'm going to choose maybe an H6, not too big. I'll leave it at that, and I'll change this background to the darkest point on the grayscale, but not quite black. And then I'll move this over. Move this text over. I'll make this a auto hide text. Have it left aligned like that. Just delete that space. And I want this to be about, let's make it about, let's have it, this come out of it. I'm going to round this off. I want to make it a little smaller. Right. I'll hold down Shift, select the text, select the button. Then I will just ensure it's all centered. I'll switch back to the layers panel. Ensure I select the entire subscribe group. In the property inspector, ensure fixed position when scrolling is still selected, and I'll just move this to about . And let's just do a desktop preview. Let's go full screen. So now we still have the sticky subscribe. Now that we have that, we'll just balance things out. To adjust the opacity of the subscribe, I'll bring it down to about that much. So there's some opacity, but not too much. Right. And as you can see, I have different names for each state. And now I'll just start moving this around. What I could do is stack this hero section. I'll bring the logo symbol into that folder called hero. I'll remove the tag H1 from here as I don't need it. That's part of the Quick Marker plugin. Right, so now while I have that hero group selected, I'll stack. And then I can adjust the spacing between each element. So if I go in, double click on a element, and then if I hover between each section, I'll get to my magenta spaces. So I'll just group that to about there, and I could make it equal, about the same, 32, or have this 32 and have this spaced out a bit more. maybe that much and that much, and I can grab this entire group, the hero section, and have it about if we refer back to our brief or layout, we require a visual, and we're going to design our own little visual. So we'll select the pen tool, go back to libraries. We'll tap once with the pen tool, hold down, drag. And what we're going to create by doing this is hold once, drag. Using the pen tool, we'll create a sort of wave, sound wave. And once you're done, you simply select escape. So that's our sound wave. As this is a line, you're not going to have a full, but a border as the color. So the border is gray, so I'll go to dark orange, right click and say apply border color. But that looks kind of not that great. As we don't want the visual to be too distracting, we'll choose a darker orange. So I selected full, but I should actually go apply border color and choose a darker orange. And then with that selected, we're going to use a feature Adobe has, which is 3D transforms. So we go to the property inspector on that cube icon that we see. By going Command T or selecting that icon, now we have 3D transforms, and we're going to transform in 3D space how our wave should look. So we're going to do we have different rotations. We have the X rotation, the Y rotation, and our Z position, and also Z rotation. But let's do so we could go into our field here and do an X rotation. I can also do it by hovering over this arrow and then going like that. You can see how this line is transformed into a 3D shape, which is pretty cool. So now I'm going to turn off 3D transforms. And now I have that wave, but I'm going to duplicate this wave. So I'll just switch to my layers panel, hold down Command or Control, select that wave and duplicate it. And then I'm going to adjust it slightly. So I could either use the X and Y transforms, normal transforms, and just transform that like that, or select it and rotate it around if I want. I can also just go back to my 3D transforms and then give it a different sort of rotation. Maybe something like that, or I can give it a complete turnaround like that, and then have that drag that out. That is my visual. I'll just select off the artboard. I want to just stretch this out a bit, so I'll just hold on Command. If it's tricky to select the line, You can switch to layers panel, select any element, and then select those waves. So I just want to drag this out a bit. And select that one and drag that one out a bit as well, until it looks about right. I'll turn off 3D transforms. I can just drag it again until I'm happy with the way it looks. Right, so that's our visual. I'm going to group this visual. So let me just select any other element, group that visual, Command select both, holding down Shift, Command G, and I'll move that to just below the hero section. And I will turn off this, wait, as you can see, I have stack enabled on that hero section. I'll turn, before I move it in, I have to ensure I turn stacks off. So let me just Command Z to undo that. Select the hero, undo the stack, select that visual I have, move it right to the bottom, and then I'll also name it visual. So that's my visual. I can drag it to anywhere I want on there. If I go to layers panel, and I can drag it around. So let's just preview that. So the visual's still a little bit distracting. I'm just going to reduce the color so I can go on the colors. And with both selected, holding down Shift, I'll change it to a darker orange. And if I view that, because we don't want to distract from the text as we are designing for users with low vision, and we can also choose to make this a visual on its own, drag it right to the bottom. I'll just delete that metadata, and then I can fix position when scrolling, and that will stay, fixed as well. So that's totally up to you how you want to position your visual. I will leave it in the hero section. Next up, we'll do our features. Here I have a background. I will delete the background. I will also delete the metadata. I'll keep these features as they are. But what I want to do is, I'm going to use repeat grid again. So I'll delete these two features. For the image placeholder, I'm going to delete that metadata. You'll see I'm deleting metadata as I go along. That's totally optional. If you choose to use the quick mockup plugin again in future, it's a good idea to keep the metadata there. Let's continue. We'll change our font size for this. Let's make all our titles maybe H3 is too big, H4. We could go with body for that and have that adjusted. And then for our image placeholder, I want to place a POC or mockup. So I'll drag from my components my web mockup that we use for web. Drag that onto there, switch to the layers panel. So I'm going to place this where the image placeholder is. Grab my mockup mobile and drag it over there. And Also, now to make sure that things are aligned properly, I'm going to refer back to my layout grid as we spoke about before. As I'm designing, I have my 12 column grid with a 16 gutter width, 76 pixels or points for the column width, and I have my margins set to 139. Now I want to make sure that my text and mockups span the right amount of columns. So I will move this text over to about there, have it span about 5 columns, and have the mockup, let's move it to about there and have it span about 4 columns. So I have this 1 column spacing between each element. This way it also looks much neater. If I hold down Command and select my mockup, I have a path where I can place my image. I want to the image from my high fidelity prototype. Just export image. So I'll select the screens I want. I'll select all the screens, holding down Shift, holding all the artboards, selecting all the artboards. Then I will go File, Export, and I can say Selected, all artboards. I want to say Selected. And if I refer to the folder I export, I can see I have them all here exported. As I've already exported them, I'll use these already exported PNGs. So with my Finder window open, in Windows that will be Explorer, I can simply drag my image onto the selected path. So hold down Command, I've placed image here selected, and this will be the first screen, which is named 1 voice later, and drag it onto my screen. And then I can preview that. But now I want to create the rest of my features, and to do that I'll use the repeat grid. So I'll select the one feature I want, choose repeat grid, and then I will drag this down. I want 3 of them. Now I can see I'm going off this section. And move these sections down, so I can go to my layers panel, select those 2 sections. I want to move the footer strip all the way to the bottom. Video selected. Subscribe stays at the top, so footer strip and video needs to be dragged down. Hold down the Shift, select those groups, then come to my artboard, hold down Shift, and then I'll just drag using the select with the select tool. Right, so now I have my 3 features. I'll just drag up a bit so that's not showing. Now I have these sections where I want to place my text, and I want to have the images changed and the text changed. So I could go and type out everything, but Repeat Grid has a nice feature where you can simply drag and drop data into your grids. Select that title, go back to my Finder, and I can choose a text file. Here I have the .text file. You can preview. Each line represents a new title, so I can simply drag that onto there, and that will update the rest of my grid. I can do the same for this copy, so I'll select that. Features copy, drag, and that updates the copy for each feature. Images, it's the same. I'll Command select that. And here I'll select all 3 of my images and drag it onto there. As it's a component, it's not going to work. So as these are components, what I'll do is I'll ungroup components. And I can group that. Now ungrouping component means that any changes made within the library won't push through anymore. So if I update the markup, it won't reflect on this design. So I can select all 3 images this time and drag it onto there, and that will place all the images. So let's just preview that. The simple calculation should be I've corrected the arrangement of the images. Okay, so now I want to have a zigzag to match our low fidelity prototype. So what I can do is I'll ungroup this grid. That creates 3 features, as you can see in the layers panel. And I want to swap the text and the image around here. So I can enable stack and then simply drag the one there like that. And then I can disable the stack. And maybe I want to center my text as well. I could have done it in repeat grid. Next, we'll move on to the video and follow-up call to action. Delete background. I'll also delete metadata. So that's the placeholder for my video. If I go to my components, here I have a content video overlay that I can use. We are going to insert a placeholder video. We'll be using stock footage or stock video. So there are sites where you can get free stock video. Example is Pixels. You can even get them from Adobe as well. So let's go to stock.adobe.com and we can click on free or go /free, and you can get free videos. So we are looking for a placeholder image of a person with low vision or someone wearing glasses. So we could type anything generic, maybe glasses. So let's say I choose this just as an example. So I can click on it, but I can license it for free as HD or 4K. I'll get the download, or I can save to my library, and I can view my libraries here if I'm signed into my Adobe account, and I can save it to my design system. Now there are limitations with video for now. File size is going to be about 15 megabytes. So yeah, I can see the file size is correct, but the file type for now is XD only supports MP4. This is a MOV, so I'll have to convert it once I download it or add it to my library anyway. There are other sites where you can also download stock video from. Right, so I already have a video that I have converted to MP4, and it's also the correct file size. So I can just drag that onto my design anywhere, and that will place it there. And as Adobe now supports video playback, I can trim my video, I can play it, I can preview it in this HUD, disable audio, I can loop playback, I can also trim it, so I can trim it, drag my video to be about that long. I can also set my options to have it play on tap, play automatically, or have no playback. But I want this to, so I can place my video here. Let me just ensure that I have everything selected here. I'll just undo that. I'll delete this video placeholder. I'll keep the button there for now. And I'll select the video, stock video, drag it here, and by holding down Shift and Alt or Shift Option on Mac, I can drag my video while maintaining the proportion, and I want it to span 10 columns. So, and I can also hold down Shift and just ensure that that's spans 10 columns. Okay. And now I can preview this. I have play on tap, so I can preview this. And I go to the bottom, and then I can tap and play the video. And that's video playback in XD, but I want to add some extra features to my video playback. Give it a overlay, as we already have one designed. I'll simply drag that onto my artboard. Replace the download on the App Store button with the one here. So I'll hold down Command, select that, switch back to my layers panel, ensure that I have the correct button selected, and I can simply drag that down, duplicate it, or I can go to my libraries and simply drag this there. Delete this one, switch to my layers panel, ensure that this is not in the hero section but in the video section, and drag it to about there. Delete this button, select and then delete. Ensure this is pasted. And I'll select my video overlay component. In the layers panel, I can see that here I have the overlay, and I want to set this up to be a play on tap, but for the videos I have a placeholder here, drag video here. I will simply drag from my desktop, my Finder or Explorer, drag it into there, and just be aware not to have that overlay visible when you do that. So I will hide that overlay. Now I just have my placeholder. I'll do that again, and that goes straight into my placeholder, and I can enable the overlay again. I want the overlay to disappear when I'm playing. So to do that, I'm going to have to create a component state. Just as we have with our buttons, we have our different states. We can create a playback state. So the component selected, give it a second state. I'll have to edit the main component to do that. Let me just go zoom out a bit. I want to turn off my layout grid for while I continue designing, and I want to command select to select that content video, or go to my layers panel, ensure I have content, the component selected. So I would like to add another state to my component, but I can't do it. I'll have to do the main component. So I'll go edit, right click, edit main component, or Shift Command or Shift Control K, edit main component. And here I'm back in my libraries, my design system. From here I can create a state called play. So I'll call it play. Then in prototype mode, I'll switch back to default state, add an interaction, tap, transition, switch to play. I'll leave the rest at default, switch to play, and the same tap, transition, but the opposite, default state. So there I have a tap interaction. Let me go back. And now I should have a state called play. So I'll switch and I'll test it out. Default state, play state. So I need to redesign my default and play state here. So default will have overlay and that. Play state needs to have the video as well. Doesn't have the video, so I'll disable that. Go back to my Finder window, drag the video over, and make that visible again, but I'll turn down the opacity. So that will be the play state, and the default state will be that. So let's preview this. Go down all the way to the bottom, press play. It's still not quite the way I want it to be. Try that again, play. The states are correct, having a little bit of an issue with the video playback. Anyway, we can diagnose that later. Lastly, we'll finish our footer. We'll go to our layers panel, select the footer strip, expand that, ensure that the background's deleted. We will select our company, voice letter LC, switch that to maybe you can also have it at body and drop the opacity to about there. And then we can have that placed above the 3, and I'll select the group and move it over. Go back to my libraries and choose body as well. Body, body, and body. As these are links, we can also set a type style or character style for links as well, but for now we'll leave that as that. And then we'll switch back to libraries panel. See is our footer strip is stacked as we had before. We can remove that stack and we can drag this, but we'll keep the stack there. We'll drag this to about there. And then we can come back to make any adjustments, but that is our high fidelity prototype. And just to come back to our component, diagnose the playback. What we'll do is just on the default state, make sure we have our playback set to no playback. And on the play state, ensure that we have our video set to play automatically. So let's switch that to default state, preview, go down to the video section, press play, and there we have our video playback, and we can tap again and that will pause the video. And next we'll do the responsive or mobile version of our high fidelity prototype. So with the design of our desktop landing page complete, we can move on to the mobile version of the landing page, then share for review again, and then prototype both pages and then share for user testing. But we're going to skip ahead and prototype this page and then duplicate the page so that we copy over our design as well as our interactions. So let's start by selecting our landing page. So we want to have the mobile 375, or we want to have our iPhone screen size with a width of 375 and a viewport height of 812. Right, so we're going to add our interactions to this prototype. Let's just refer back to our layout and copy. So we don't have any notes regarding interaction. We just have, we don't have any links or we don't have any instructions on how our landing page should interact, but we can make some assumptions. For example, the download on the App Store button. With Adobe XD now it's possible to add a hyperlink, so we could, if we had the link, simply add a tap interaction, and the type can be hyperlink, and we can enter the URL. But we will leave that for now. So we'll simply select that and backspace to delete. And for the Learn More button, this will be a scroll to interaction. So by going to add interaction over there, or by clicking the plus on the wire, we can add a tap and our action will be scroll to. So this allows us to scroll to a section of our landing page, and the section we want to scroll to is the feed. So once you select where you want to scroll to, that gives you the option. Also, you'll see that you have your interaction wired up, and what you have is a very nice feature here where you can either drag the handle or set your Y offset. So, and obviously you have your easing and duration, but we're going to leave that as default and simply adjust our Y offset. So we could have, if we drag the handle on our artboard, we can set how much we want this offset. So we could have it set to 80, and if we preview that, select Learn More, that gives us an offset over there. So we could also go the opposite direction if we wanted to, let's say about that much. Preview, select Learn More, and that will take us there, but we don't want to cut off the screen. We like that having a little bit of spacing, so we'll leave it to about there, and that will be our interaction. We won't be adding any other interaction. We could also link up these. That button is a hyperlink, as well as these links, and the subscribe button as a hyperlink. But that's essentially the only interaction we'll be adding is our scroll to interaction. So we're ready to move on to the mobile version of this landing page. So I'll switch back to design mode, and I'll select my landing page, hold on Alt and drag it over to about that much. And I'm going to copy the naming convention I have here already. So that will copy and set that to, and ensure that I have the right viewport height, which is 812. I'll adjust my width soon. The viewport height is 812. And I want to drag things over. Okay, so let me just select my artboard again. And I will set the width to 375. Now if I do that, its elements will disappear off the artboard. So let's undo that. We want to match our lo-fi prototype, so we want our features to be stacked and our video to be over there, and we want the subscribe to be not as sticky but at the bottom. So what we can do is drag our video over our video and footer strip over. I'll just move this over a bit more so I have a bit more space. Features. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stack each feature. So I'll select this feature, for example, enable the stack, and I'm going to switch it to a vertical stack. And then I can drag my items the way I want it. I want the markup to be above, and I want the gap between the features to be 32. So I'll just, instead of adjusting on the workspace, I'll adjust that to 32. So I'll drag this feature over and do the same for this one. For the features, I want them to be swipeable, so I'm going to have this as a scroll group with the image above and the text beside it. So I will have it a little bit different to what I have on the low fidelity prototype or design. So with that next to the first feature, I'll enable stack, switch it to a vertical stack, and set the padding to, or spacing to 32. Go back to this feature, ensure it's 32 as well. And then I'll do the same for this one. Enable a stack, ensure it's a vertical stack, and set the spacing to 32. And then I will just go into the group and swap that around. Move the feature to there. And I'm going to drag my features over to about there. Next, I want this text to be center aligned, so I'll just hold down Command, select the text block, and select center. As it's not much text, only 2 lines, I can center it. If there's larger blocks of text, then it's best to keep most of the content left aligned or right aligned. While holding Shift, ensure that snaps to the center. Same here. Ensure that snaps to the center. Control, Command, select that text block. Make sure it's aligned. Next, I'm going to turn this into a stack. But before I do that, I also want to move this to the bottom. But what I'm going to do is grab this example from a low fidelity prototype, subscribe, copy, go to my artboard, paste, and I'm just going to adapt that to match. I'll grab this button, subscribe, and I will copy and paste it there and ensure that I have it in the same group. Just move it down there. Select that background, and I'm going to give that background a right click, say copy, and then Command to select that shape or background. Command select, and then I can paste appearance. I will delete this button, Command select button, or in the layers panel select that button, delete it. This I can simply select that text, copy, Command select that text, paste appearance, and that will be my section for my subscribe. Select that, delete this subscribe, the sticky subscribe, and delete that. And move my subscribe over all the way to the corner there. Alright, so just move that up a bit, move this, select both these groups by holding down Shift. So I'm going to change the width to 375. I'll just go to my layers panel, select the hero, and move that over to there. As most of these items won't really be resized, as you can see, most of the elements fit. One thing I want to do is ensure that I have the right columns. So let me just select the artboard, put on my layout grid, and I have 12 columns. But that's not what I want to have. I want to have similar to the columns I have here, which is 4. So I'll change this to 4. Refer to that again. But if I select my iPhone, we can either Command C, go to the layers panel, select that mockup group. I think what I'll do is I want to have my margin at 32. So I'm happy with that grid. So what I want to do is next, I want to make sure that a lot of my items line up to this column grid. You can always turn it off if it's a bit too distracting for your design. Right, so I want to line things up to my grid. So what I'll do is I'll select this text, hold down Shift, and just ensure that's aligned to my artboard. And I can switch to auto height and just have that to be about there, and hold down Shift, drag it over. Fine. And for this, I want the text to be smaller. Let me go back to my library and my character styles, and I'll set this to an H2 and choose dark orange. Next, I can resize my visual. Alright, so for our visual, let me just select the visual in as a group. Hold down Shift. I'm just going to use my arrows to move this around, my arrow keys on my keyboard. And responsive resize is set to auto. If I just try to drag, it doesn't really do much, but if I hold down Shift and drag, that will allow me to scale the visual, as I won't be using a responsive resize, so I will just scale my visual. Right, so I'll leave my visual about there. Select desktop preview and preview my design. So that would be what it would look like on the device. It's recommended as you design to test on the device using device that you're designing for using the XD app. Right, so next we'll move on to features. I want to proof of concept mockup size to span the 4 columns. So I will select the mockup group to ensure I have all my elements in that mockup selected. Hold down Shift and Alt and drag, and it snaps. Right, so next I want to resize this text, these text blocks. So I could try and do a responsive resize by having a responsive resize set to auto, but that will resize the text, which is not what I want. I want to keep the text size the same. So to ensure that when using responsive resize that does not happen, you can go in and set manual overrides, or just turn off the constraints. I want this to be fixed with a auto height for the text, and the same with this. I want this to be manual fixed width, and I can set my where I want it fixed. I want it to be fixed top and fixed top. And I also want to ensure that I have this stack enabled, so that whenever I resize this box, we'll keep that spacing. So let me select that group again, and I'll start resizing. But I actually want to have my text box to fit there exactly. So since I've added my auto height to my text block, and I have set my stack, I can also just go in and resize my text block. I want to do the same for this one. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse those features, and I want to make this a stack. I'll make it about 32. Not 32. I want to make it about 16. I'm going to drag this feature over. I'm going to drag these 2 elements over there to about there. I'm not going to drag the feature folder. I'm going to drag the contents within that group. Then I'm going to select the mockup group, hold down Shift and Alt, or Shift and Option, and drag that so it snaps. And then I have my text below, and this, just as before, I'm going to set that to auto height. Same here, this will be an auto height. And then I'm going to select that group of texts, ensure that the stack is set at 8, and I will just drag that out. And that's that one. And as this is a stack, I'm just going to drag the next one over. Also, just want to make sure that everything is set to the correct height. ensure that each group has the same Y position. So I'm just going to drag this one over to there, and I'm going to open up that group, hold down Shift, select the mockup and text, and then drag that over to about the center of my artboard. And then with the mockup selected, hold down Shift and Alt, or Shift and Option again. Right, and just as before, I'm going to drag this to about the center. Just want to ensure that I have the right spacing there. That's correct. And I'm just going to move this over. Just ensure that this mockup is correctly centered. And there we are. We can always swap around our features. Move this feature. I need to also make sure that these are all set to the correct height. I can select all, holding down Shift, select all those, all my feature groups, and then choose Align Top. And that will ensure that they're all aligned to the top. If I did that to that group, it won't work. That will go to the top. So you need to ensure that you select within the group. Now that's the features. I'm going to preview this. So go to Desktop Preview. And if I feel that there's maybe too much spacing here, I can adjust that. I can also... next, I'm going to make this a scroll group so I can swipe. I'm going to move the features up to above the fold. With my feature group selected, I'm going to go to my property inspector, and I'm going to choose horizontal scroll. That creates a horizontal scroll group. And here I can drag out my scroll group using the handles. And if I scroll, I can see there we are. We have a scroll group. But as you can see, once you get to the end, you've got your screen cutoff. So to avoid that, you go to your group, your feature group, and you add some padding. So I want to have some padding. So remember the way it works, just like with when you're designing HTML or CSS, it's left, top, right, bottom. So left is 0, right is 30. Let's just give it 30. Bottom is, and you'll see it show you where your value is being added. And then left will be 30. So 30 right, 30 left. Let's preview that again. And scroll, and there we have our padding. Right. So you have to add the padding to the group that you have, not the scroll group itself. And that is the features complete. Next, I'll move the video up and move the subscribe below that. And I'll just drag it over until I see it snaps, and I'll leave it like that. So it will be a video sort of in a cropped video. Next, we'll do our monthly tips. I want to make this a little smaller. I'll delete that. I'll remove the rounded corners as I don't need that to be rounded. If I'm having issues with the mouse, I simply use my keyboard arrows and have that centered. Hold down Shift, select both of these elements. Move that up. And lastly is my footer. So what I can do is I can have this as a vertical stack, change that to about 16 and have that dragged over there. And then I'll select the whole footer strip group. And also if I select each item, I can select those three and select the align center. Ensure that everything's aligned center, and I can select footer strip and also do the same for that. And I'll move that up over there. So that is my mobile version of my landing page. Just make it, drag that to about there. And I can also just drag it over. Okay, so I'll just give it one more preview. And I still have my interaction. So I can adjust it for mobile. Switch to prototype mode. And I will set the offset for the interaction here. Scroll to the Y offset, and I want it to be almost flush, so I'll set it to about -16, so, or -8. If I want to be more accurate, I can simply go into the property inspector and set my offset. And let's preview that, switch to design mode again, learn more, and then that gives me my scroll group, and I can see the title. And if I feel the markups are too big, I can always resize them and have it fill the screen with the markup and the text. So now I can test this on the device, share for review and share for testing. Next up, we will showcase our work. Once you've completed a design project, you might want to showcase your work, and you can do it in the form of a UX case study. So what is a UX case study? A UX case study is a way to showcase UX design work. So usually it's in the form of a story. That means it has a beginning, middle, and end, and you can also combine text and images. And it's a good way to help recruiters or clients gauge your skills. So the essentials for UX case study is it should have an introduction. So that would be the problem statement or the design brief and the solution to the problem, as well as your role in the project. It should also have a middle, so that would be showing the design process, any obstacle and how you overcame it. And then finally, you will conclude showing the end result. UX case study tip: ensure you always have written permission to showcase your work. It should be easy to scan, so try not to have too many words or make it too wordy. And with Adobe XD, you can share directly to Behance. This allows you to showcase your work to a global audience. There are also good case study examples to get inspiration from. And you can share directly from Adobe XD by either using the Behance link or copying the embed code. Well done on making it to the end. So hypothetically speaking, the app is in the App Store, it's live, it's being downloaded, and now you are ready to showcase your project. Ensure you have written permission before you showcase your work. So once you're ready to share, simply select a prototype on your artboard that you want to share. So I could share the high-fi prototype, low-fi prototype. Well, I'm going to share the landing page I just designed. To share, select the share button, give it a name, we'll call it, and that will update the link settings with the name. We'll keep it as design review, and we will keep anyone with the link. You'll need anyone with the link if you want to share to Behance. And then we'll click create link. Right, and so once you have your link created to share directly to Behance, click on the share on Behance icon, and that will automatically open up the browser and have the project automatically created with your prototype embedded. And you'll obviously need a Adobe account. Right, so now that we have our prototype embedded, we go to settings, we can see we have our project title. We can update that. We can add up to 10 tags. It's a good idea to select interaction design. And you'll need a project cover, an image. And we'll get to that now. We can just cancel for now. Before we publish, we can always preview. And this is what it would look like to other Behance users. And they can follow you or appreciate. A user on Behance can simply click to enable your prototype, and they can view your prototype directly in Behance. But we want to create a case study, so we are going to, we can save as a draft for now, and then we'll return to our project. We'll switch back to XD. So if you only have one option to share, if you're on the startup, you could share the hi-fi prototype or the landing page. We will showcase the hi-fi prototype and landing page. Switch back to design mode. So let's start on creating our case study. So this is a brief for our case study, which you can find in the exercise file. The essentials of a case study is to have a beginning, middle, and end. The introduction, so here we have about, problem statement, solution, and role. Design process being the middle, and the end result. So we're going to turn this, what you could consider a script, into a visual case study. In our exercise files, you can simply select the artboard tool. I recommend for Behance to not go less than Web 1920. I'll delete this. I'll select this artboard so as I want my next artboard to come right after this artboard. So switch to the artboard tool, select Web 1920. I'll select that and name it. And if I look at my layout and grid, I want it to be 12 columns. I'll leave this as is. I'll turn that off for now. And then I'm going to go back to my libraries and stick to the branding of VoiceLater. So as we've designed most of the elements on our landing page, we can start copying some of them over as part of our intro. Selecting this. I'll switch to the layers panel. I want to select the title, description, and logo. I'll hold down Control or Command. And I want to have the visual selected. So I have those items selected. I'll simply copy, come back down here and paste. Select that artboard and paste. So the visual, I want this to span the desktop. I'm going to resize it a bit. So I'll drag this over to about there. If I zoom in a bit, you can see a bit better. Place it about that much. You can always change the border to 2, maybe. Because with the case study, you're allowed to be a bit more creative. Right, so that's the visual. I'll have it about there. Enable my layout grid. Then I'll grab these 3. I'll go Command G to group them. And I'll place them about here. Then I'm going to refer back to my copy. I want to take that, copy that, and I want to place the text. Let's select this artboard, grab the text tool, drag out my text about that much, and then Command V, copy paste, and I'll switch to library. Use the web type preset. I want this to be aligned to that. And then with all of this selected, I can simply group these 2 now. And Command G to group. Select Desktop Preview. And that is what it looks like so far. I want to just adjust this visual. Move this over a bit to about there. Hold down Shift and Alt. Drag it until it's much bigger. Desktop Preview, see what that looks like. Let's just leave them both as 1. That'll be fine for now. Next, I want to add the mockups to the cover. As we already created that, I want to select this one and holding down Command these 2 mockups. So as Command select, Command C or Control C. Select it and go paste, and I have my 2 mockups. It's grouped here. So I'll just drag it over there. I could just leave that like that, and let's just preview that. And that looks okay, but as we have 3D transforms, we can play around with this. So let's just select maybe that one. Enable 3D transforms. Let's rotate it on this axis here, like that, and then a turn. And same for this one. As this one is behind, make it a little bit smaller. And you'll notice that now, even though on the layers panel this mockup is below this mockup, on the workspace it's in front of the mockup. And that is due to the Z index being higher than this one. Holding down the center or going here, you can adjust the Z index. So I can either do it that way and have this come out maybe a bit more to about there. So it doesn't really matter where on the layers panel you've placed your mockup. You just have to ensure that your Z index is in the correct order. I'll just set that to 0 and this one to 1. And then I can turn off 3D transform. I've turned off 3D transforms, and I'll just move this around until I'm happy with the way the visual looks. And then I will preview. Right, so we'll move on to the next section of the intro. So we are going to just switch to the type tool. Go back to our copy. I'm going to grab this problem statement. Now you don't have to call it problem statement. This is just to guide you in creating a case study. Now the viewport height is 1080. Let's try to just keep that 16:9 aspect ratio. Let's add our text. I'm just going to drag a box out from this, about that much, and then copy paste. Take the select tool. Yeah, H3 is fine, and I want it to be left aligned. I'll hold down Alt and drag this to about. So I'll go back to my copy, and this once again just copy paste. Let's just preview that. Group this together. Switch to the layers panel. Command G, Control G. By holding down Alt, just drag that over. See, the spacing here is a bit too tight, so I can simply select that box and drag it over to about that much. Do this. You could have a visual here, have the problem statement in a Z pattern. I'll choose to put roll there for this side. we automatically have auto height set. Our height will automatically adjust, right? Hold down Alt, use the select tool and drag this down. Now we're going to go off canvas, so let's just grab our artboard at the top and then just drag this down. And then we're going to go back to copy. Right, so that's our intro, which also acts as our cover. We're simply going to duplicate this. Command or Control D. And I want to keep the visual. So we'll call this the process. So I'll delete this visual. Wait, that deleted all of my objects. Let me just try that again. Let's just delete that again. And we want to keep our visual here. With our visual selected, I'm just going to use the keyboard, hold down Shift, and with the up arrow, move that to where I want it to be. I'm going to go into my visual and just make this a little bit different from the intro visual. So I'll select that path, shrink it down a bit, preview that, and move this one up to about there. Stretch this one out. I'm going to delete that group. I'll be moving this one up, problem statement. I'll delete this group and this group of text. I'll go back to my copy. These are 3 sections. So I will hold down Alt, drag this section to somewhere here. And drag it again. Let's just drag this down a bit, because I want to have a visual story going on with my design process. There's 3 stages of the design process, and I'll hold on Alt, drag that to about there. So when making your case study, ensure that you have documented as much as you can through the process, so you can always add it to your case study. I'm going to add my visuals to this section of our design process. This is where we can have the flow chart. So we want to match the context of our design process. So let's go back to flow chart. Simply select that group. It's already grouped as user flow on copy. Paste that there. Now if we preview this, it doesn't look that interesting. with that group selected, we're going to change our border to maybe one of the dark oranges. So apply border color. Let's preview that, and there we have our border. I don't like the white, so we could just remove the full, but that also removes the text. And I also want to set a border that's maybe not so thick, maybe 1. Let's just undo the removing of the full. So we have to go back to our layers panel, go through each fold of white and remove the fold of white. So we hold down Command. We're going to select that object, remove the white fold, select all the way down, select each one, remove the fold. With all of that selected, I'll go back to selecting the entire group and changing the fill to these two. Don't require fill, so that goes away. Let me just adjust the border. But we're going to do as we did before. We're going to switch to 3D transform, rotating it maybe that way, holding down Shift and Alt and maybe make it a little smaller. You can also adjust for the border color. I can make it a little darker than the text. Right. So next up, we'll move on to the next visual. Turn off 3D transforms and just by selecting any element, hovering over, holding down Shift, and I can drag that around. So here I want to add my low fidelity prototype. I'll go back to my low fidelity prototype. So I'll be adding some elements to this low. I'll add a background. And I'm going to remove the fill. And I'll do the same. I'll just copy paste to the other low fidelity prototype that I want, which is this one. I want these two actually. Right, so now I'm just going to grab all of this on this artboard, copy, place the one low fidelity prototype here. I want to remove the fill from these buttons, so I'll just uncheck that. Grab the next low fidelity prototype. One thing I forgot to do was to group. I'll just select the group. Just as before, I will switch my fill to that one. I can go lighter if I want. I'll keep it there. And I'll make that my border color. And if I preview this, it matches the flow chart. Please select that and round that off. By holding that, I can round it off and I can see my property inspector, how round I want it to be. And I'm going to do the same for this one. select that group, select 3D transform, select both the groups in the layers panel, turn off 3D transform, so I just want to make space for my design system here. I just want to take the section that's related to the app, so that will be the typeface and the colors. And if I go to my design system here and I see which group I want, I will select that section and that section, holding down Shift, copy. And that is my process. Right, so I'll just select this artboard, Command D or Control D. I'll keep this top section about the same, and I'll delete everything else. I'll rename this artboard. Switch back to my copy. Paste. And then I'm going to include the high fidelity prototype. Take the high fidelity images that I have here, or I can go back to here, simply copy paste what I have here, but I'll adjust it slightly. So simply select that group, Command copy, paste it again here. choose this handle for that axis. So it's either X or Y axis or Z index. And lastly, I'll add the app icon. I can copy and paste from the design system or switch to libraries and then simply drag the app icon over. I'm going to do 3D transform on this as well. I can add more realistic depth to my floating 3D mockups and app icons by adding shadows. I'll just add a shadow to the app icon as an example. I've got app icon selected, and I'm going to select the background within that component. Select drop shadow, and I'm going to maybe set it to 2 and just go all the way out with that to maybe really big shadow. I can just make it darker so you can get an idea of what I'm doing. Just going to bring that down to about that much. And now I'm ready to just export these and add it to my Behance case study. So to do that, I simply select each artboard, hold down Shift, and then, as we've covered in export before, I can go Command E, Control E to export selected. I can export it a bigger size or smaller size. I'll leave it as PNG one time. Export, and then I'll switch to Behance. Right, so now that we've landed on our Behance project, we're going to add our images. But before I do, let's just edit our project styles and settings. Also, optionally, you have the option to attach your XD project file. So we want to change the background color to match, and that matches and blends nicely with our prototype. Next, we'll just select the image option and we'll start with the intro, upload our intro. You can also add them all at once. So now that we have our images, we want to also rearrange our prototype. If you hover over each section, you'll get this edit symbol. Simply select that, select reorder project, and then you can drag your content around and reorder them. So that's our intro, process, and end result. That's fine. Save new order. Let's go into settings. You see that we have our image added as a cover image, but we want to update that. So we can simply go into edit cover image, make it maybe wider, and then drag it until we're happy with how it looks. And we can crop that, and we're going to rename the project title. You can add your project tags. I can add voiced. If I start typing, I'll get options, so I can choose voice or VUI. If I choose VUI, I can choose VUI, and that gives me some suggested tags. I can choose voice user interface, interaction design, and I can add more tags if I want, and I'll also tick the category interaction design. Save as draft. So when I'm ready to publish, I simply have to select publish. I want to add the app prototype. So we're going to add our prototype of our app just above the prototype of the landing page. So to do that in XD, we're going to grab our hi-fi prototype, go to share mode. With that selected, you simply select the copy code, copy embed code copied, switch back to Behance. Under add content, select embed, paste the code, and then you embed that, and that will paste it to our project, but I'm just going to move that above to there, save new order, and then I'm ready to preview. And that is my case. I'm ready to publish, and you should be ready to publish as well. So well done on completing all the exercises. You're now ready to showcase your work and show off your XD skills. We'll cover UX and UI fundamentals, where we'll go over what are UX and UI design, a brief history of UX and UI, UX fundamentals, and lastly UI fundamentals. To quote Nielsen Norman Group or NNG, a user experience or UX encompasses all aspects of the end user's interaction with the company, its services, and its products. And Nielsen Norman Group was founded by UX pioneers Jacob Nielsen and Don Norman. Don Norman is known for coining the phrase user experience. User interface or UI design is an important part of UX, but not to be confused with UX design. It's one of the disciplines of UX design. And usability is also an important part of UX and should also be distinguished. Above all, UX design is user-centered. Peter Boersma's T model defines the key UX disciplines as research, usability, information architecture, interaction design, visual or UI design, and content. UI or user interface design focuses on the layout and the functionality of the interface as part of the UX design process. The design should be easy to use and visually appealing. It usually refers to the graphical interface or GUI, but can also be the voice interface, known as the VUI of an application or computer. UI design principles derived from human-computer interaction or HCI research. A brief history of UX. The term UX is relatively new, although the field is older than the term and can be traced back thousands of years. But we'll start in 1945. That's when Bell Labs hired the industrial psychologist Johnny Collin to design telephone systems. And in 1955, industrial designer Henry Dreyfuss wrote the book Designing for People. In 1968, Douglas Engelbart presented the mother of all demos, sparking the PC revolution. And in 1988, Don Norman published The Psychology of Everyday Things, which was later updated to The Design of Everyday Things. And in 1989, Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web at CERN, which would spark the web revolution. And in 1993, Don Norman is attributed to having coined the term user experience. And the PC and web revolutions have popularized UX, putting pressure on companies and businesses to invest in UX. UX fundamentals. Ensure that you meet the exact needs of the customer or user without fuss or bother. Focus on simplicity and elegance. That means products that are a joy to own and to use. And you should go far beyond what users say they want, and try to create a seamless experience between offerings. You should also ask why, what, and how a product will be used. Why being the motivations or values and views. What, so that would be the features, functionality. And how. Is it accessible? Is it aesthetically pleasing? And keep the user's needs at the center of all design and development decisions. And you might not get the UX right the first time, and that's fine, because UX is an ongoing iterative process. So when you're designing the UI, make common elements, for example, buttons, perform predictably. Maintain high discoverability. That would mean having clearly labeled elements. Keep things simple, so every element should serve a purpose. And also respect the user's attention to layout. Introduce hierarchy and ensure things are accessible. Follow accessibility guidelines. And minimize the number of actions. So you could introduce progressive disclosure. And put controls near elements a user would like to control. So that would mean chunking or grouping related elements. And keep a user engaged or informed using feedback. So that could be visual or audio feedback. Consider having defaults. For example, having a pre-filled form with defaults. And you can also reuse design patterns to maintain consistency. And this will also help maintain brand consistency. So congratulations on making it to the end of the Get Started with Adobe XD course. Let's recap. So we covered Adobe XD Basics, where we got familiar with Adobe XD and the interface. Then we designed an app prototype using XD, and then a landing page to market our app using XD. And then we also showcased our work. And as a bonus, we also covered UX and UI fundamentals. So where to next? Well, you could consider disciplines in virtual reality or VR and augmented reality or AR experiences. And if you haven't already done so, you can download the ebook, which has links to many of the topics covered in this course. And if you're looking for more Adobe XD content, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. And thanks once again. As a solo creative educator, I appreciate you making it to the end.